Thank you. We're going to call this meeting to order. Councilmember Ayala, will you please lead us in, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself here. City Attorney, can you please state the closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's nothing to report out from closed session at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Ayala, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Everyone please stand. Hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ayala,
Here.
Councilmember Rhodes,
Here.
Councilmember Litzter,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge,
Here.
Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here. Thank you. Before we go any further in the meeting, I have a statement I'd like to read. Before we begin tonight's agenda, I want to take a moment to speak directly to our community about the incident that occurred on August 1st at the Regal Plaza. Many of you have seen the videos circulating online. The violence involving a group of people in that parking lot was shocking, senseless, and deeply disturbing. Watching it as our city's mayor, a longtime Simi resident, and a mother who raised her child in this community was heartbreaking. I want to thank the Simi Valley Police Department for their swift response. Please give me the respect to read my statement. Thank you. As of today, 4 juvenile suspects have been identified and arrested for battery. The investigation remains active, and as additional information comes to light, more suspects may be identified and further charges might be filed. Over the weekend, I was in regular contact with Chief Shorts, who assured me and all of us that the Simi Valley Police Department will continue this investigation with integrity, professionalism, and transparency within the bounds of the law. Additionally, PD is working closely with the Ventura County District Attorney's Office to ensure that those responsible are held accountable. I know this incident has left many in our community feeling angry, shaken, and deeply saddened. I feel the same. Let me be clear, violence and intimidation have no place in Simi Valley. We will not tolerate actions that threaten the safety, dignity, or well-being of anyone who lives, works, or visits here. As a community, we must stand together against hate, against fear, and against the kind of behavior that strips others of their sense of safety. If you have information that may help the investigation, I urge you to contact the Simi Valley Police Department. If you have questions or information, please contact Sergeant Rick Morton at 805-583-6950. We are committed to ensuring justice is served and to doing the work necessary to ensure our safety is in our community, and I just want to thank you all for being courteous. Thank you. Are there any items for agenda review?
There are not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. If any member of the City Council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we can move on. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 4, public statements. Since there are no public hearings under agenda item 5 this evening, agenda items 4 and 6 are combined, and the City Council will hear all public statements under this agenda item 4. Agenda item number 4 and 6 are the times allotted for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public statements item 4 for a period of no more than 2 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Madam Mayor, unless you have any comments, we can begin public statements.
Yes, please do.
I will be calling 3 names at a time so that you can, so that you'll know when you're next. The first 3 speakers: Lana Zukovsky, Abigail Laredo, and Erica Ayala.
Hello, my name is Lana Zukovsky. I am a Simi Valley resident. I was here last week in support of law enforcement, but today I am ashamed of the Simi Valley Police Department. What I saw on social media broke my heart. A gang of teens viciously beating a black boy and screaming the N-word as they brutally punched and kicked him. They hit him with a chair and they put him into a trash can. This is unacceptable. Jonah Collado is Officer Collado's son, and according to the video, he thinks he's protected by the Simi Valley Police Department. He's on camera leaning on a police cruiser that same night, saying it's a joke. 2 of the boys have criminal records. Why were these hooligans not arrested immediately? Why did it take 2 days to arrest them? I plead with you to urge the DA to file hate crime charges. Also, I want to say that this behavior is learned at home. Sergeant Collado, shame on you.
Please keep the clapping to a minimum so that the speaker has all of their time. Thank you.
Please, guys, urge the Ventura County District Attorney to file hate crime charges. He does not have a good record of filing hate crime or attaching hate crime charges to violent incidents. I will give you one example. A gentleman by the name of Paul was murdered on the corner of Westlake Boulevard and Thousand Oaks about 2 years ago by a gentleman who screamed pro-Palestine and hit him in the head with a megaphone. The DA was assuring our community that he was going to attach hate crime charges, which he did not. I do not want to see this happen again. Hate crime charges need to be put on these individuals. I will not use the word people or gentlemen. And as I said, parenting starts at home. This is a learned behavior.
Abigail?
Hi, my name is Abigail, and I'm here to speak on the incident that happened on August 1st. I'm extremely disappointed in the Simi Valley Police Department on this matter for their lack of urgency and their extreme leniency. It's really disheartening and shameful. Officer Collado also needs to be held accountable as he has failed as a father for Jonah and failed as a protector for the community. As for the aggressors, they have put themselves in a position where they have limited opportunities to redeem themselves. To the figures with actual authority, get these aggressors off the streets as they've proven to be nothing but unremorseful. And if you give them the opportunity to be on the street again, then they will reoffend. And this is a hate crime. They should be persecuted and charged with a hate crime because this is just unacceptable. In the reports, context needs to be given and not sugarcoated. Lying by omission is still lying. And I'm asking for transparency, and I'm asking for action to be taken, and I'm not asking for excuses. Because at the end of the day, this should be a simple actions have consequences, but where are the consequences? For Michael and the other victims, I hope you get the justice that you deserve. This will never be okay. And I'm here with you. If anybody here needs anything, then just reach out to me. I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erica Ayala, and I'm a proud community member here of Simi Valley. I've worked here in the area recently. I had the opportunity to be up here to get some recognition for some continued work I'd be doing in the city. I'm actually currently packing my boxes right now to move into Simi Valley from the San Fernando Valley. This situation that happened last weekend was not okay. Not just for a little boy, but for every mother that fears their kids leaving their doors at any given time. I'm not here to talk about the disappointment because this happens in every city. And it happens with anyone that's of a different color. I'm here to be part of the change, and I'm here to ask the city council to be part of that as well. Bring diversification, bring the resources that this community needs to be part of the change. We do not do this work alone, we do it together. And we need to join forces, create the processes, because if the parents aren't doing it, then the schools need to do it, the city needs to do it, the parks need to do it. Other people need to step in and give them the different shade of light that is needed for them to see different. So I'm here to ask the city today to make that part of their mission. If you are going to be entering the next year, to make that be what you go on, be part of the change, be part of the resolution here. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers, Dexter Nunnery, Larkin Gretting, and Michael Shaw.
Good evening. My name is Dexter. I am the founding director of a Ventura County organization called Project 50. We advocate for the Black community. I want to make something clear before I start speaking, is that the family in this situation has not contacted us directly. But as I said, we advocate for the Black community. And I am here to let the city of Simi Valley know that this will not be tolerated. And I want to echo the same things that the previous people have said. My time I want to give talking about racism and racist. Racism is taught in the home. So whoever the parents of these kids are, you are raising them that way. And I'm telling you that reason because I have kids of my own. They will not dare say some shit like this or get involved in it. So that's where racism starts, in the home. We're not tricking anybody. So at the age of these kids, it's embedded in them. It runs through their veins, the hatred and the racism. And let me tell you about racists. What we saw in that video was exactly how racists act. They always come in groups. They're too chicken shit to fight by themselves. How many Black people do you want us to bring to Simi Valley to make this fair? And what we saw on that video is strictly a hate crime. And Ventura County has limitations and laws and rules around hate crimes. This one qualifies as one. So if it's not a hate crime filed, you're not doing your job. And we don't want to hear those excuses in that conversation about working with the PD. Let's see it happen.
Thank you. Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Larkin Greeting. I have been a resident of Simi Valley for 22 years now. And as a member of this community, I'm very, very concerned of the safety of all other kids and adults in the area. As of right now, 3 of the attackers responsible for the hate crime, which it is a hate crime, no one can tell me different. Only 1 have been cited and released while letting others that were responsible get away. We have videos from multiple angles, videos of them saying that they would do it again, along with other threats of violence. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm terrified for my peers and angry for the victims in this situation. Why is one of the attackers' dads a cop in the force, and why has he had no repercussions so far when he has a history of this harassment and deplorable behavior? Hayden Davey, Maddox Westfall, Harper Trejos, Nathan Elkins, Jonah Collado, the son of the cop on your police department who has said he would do it again, all of the attackers, none of which has been arrested again. They have smashed kids' heads into the concrete multiple times, spewing racist remarks and saying they rule the town. And you have done nothing but support that comment by allowing these violent criminals loose. In the videos, it clearly shows that it was a 1 versus 9 kids, which the group of kids started. We demand transparency and justice. What will you do to address this wrongdoing? Thank you.
Before Mr. Shaw speaks, I really am going to ask you to keep the applause down. It's disruptive and it takes a lot longer to let all the speakers come up here. So if you could just kind of minimize it a little bit. I know you want to support comments, and I'm happy with that, but if we can just keep it to a minimum, I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Shah?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I have to read because I can't look and get it out. First, I want to say publicly again, I respect and admire each and every one of you for your public service. I also want to go on record that I have nothing against waste management. I think WM does a great job with the landfill. The landfills run professionally, they're all courteous, and the local management team's doing what the shareholders would want. My issue is with the lack of transparency and accountability by the city, specifically the city council. In 2022, the city negotiated a 20-year, $200 million trash hauler contract. There was zero public notification or input from the community before approval by the city council. How should something like that happen in a free and open process? Who instructed the city manager to negotiate the contract in the first place? Is there any record of the city council instructing the city manager to initiate the negotiations? Did the city council have a meeting that's not on record to set their priorities for what they wanted to see in the contract? There had to be a violation of the Brown Act, or perhaps some unsavory collusion of some sort. Why didn't the city run the negotiations the same way they ran the landfill expansion that was completely open and transparent? I'm asking the city council, why does CME get stuck with the landfill, the hauler operation, yet Thousand Oaks pays less for their trash service and gets $200,000 more for their charitable organizations? I'm asking this city council to cancel the 2022 hauler contract and put out a new RFP to allow the council and the public to review and comment. The contract should have never been negotiated in the back rooms of City Hall, and all of you know it. Any council member who has nothing to hide should support a thorough investigation by the district attorney into the
Mr. Shaw, your time
shenanigans
is
that
now
went on
up.
concerning the
Thank
trash
you.
hauler contract. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Tara Gardner, Jamie Sanchez, and Jared Jasso.
My name's Tara Garner. I've lived in this community my whole life, and I wish to stand here today to say that I feel safe and that I trust the people that were sworn to protect us, but I don't. Because I've lived through what happens when they look the other way. We're here because a young black man was violently attacked by a group of white teens, and one of them is the son of a cop. And what did they get? A citation for battery investigation. That's it. Not even handcuffs, not even a night in jail, just a piece of paper. And a reminder that if you're connected, you're protected. I know this because I've been there. When I was 17, I was mob bullied and stalked. My home was vandalized over and over again. They spray painted my car with 187, death threat. They slashed my tires, keyed my vehicle, poured mustard and ketchup all over my mother's vehicle, and then wrote "F you, Tara" on the walls of my home. We called the police. We gave them everything, photos, video footage, names, and still they did nothing. Until the day one of them lit an explosive and threw it under the motorhome that I was standing in. I thought I was going to die. We called the police again and again. They did nothing because the suspect denied it. It wasn't until my dad said that he was taking it to the city council that the police started to act. Not because they cared about justice, but because they cared about saving face. A sergeant promised felony charges, but in the end, it was a slap on the wrist. Not attempted murder, Not even close.
Miss, your time is now up. Thank
This
you.
breaks my heart.
Miss, your
Because
time
law
is up,
enforcement
please.
picks and chooses where
Please
justice
be respectful.
belongs.
Everyone else did. Thank you. Just as a little note, the green light comes on. No, oh, no, you're good. You're good. Stand there. The green light comes on. That's your 2 minutes. Then the yellow will tell you you have 30 seconds. Okay? Thanks.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jamie Sanchez. I'm here today as a concerned member of our community to bring attention to a deeply troubling incident involving racial profiling that occurred right in our city. I have lived here all my life. I have served my country as a Navy veteran. This is, as much as I want to read what I have, I am very distraught. My son is extremely close to the victim that this happened to. This isn't an isolated case. It reflects a broader pattern that too many people of color experience daily, being viewed with suspicious, treated differently, or targeted simply for existing in a public space. That is not acceptable. I'm asking this council to do more than just acknowledge what happened. I'm asking for transparency and how these situations are investigated, for public data on racial profiling complaints, and for real training that addresses the root causes of bias in our institutions. We cannot fix what we refuse to name, and we cannot move forward as a truly united community unless we are willing to face the hard truths. I hope today is a step in that direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jerry Josso, and I'm here to speak about racially motivated attack that happened to my best friend. I've been with him through this whole process, and it hurts to see the kind of hurtful people to turn out to be. He was chased down, jumped, and mocked for the color of his skin. This wasn't a fight, it was a hate-driven attack, and it happened right here in our city. What makes it worse is that the people involved are now lying about what happened. Instead of taking responsibility, they're trying to protect themselves. That's not just dishonest, it's dangerous. Those kids should be prosecuted, and Michael Robinson should be able to get the justice he deserves. These kids' parents should discipline their kids because those kids learn the behavior from their parents, and these parents should do better. When we ignore or excuse this kind of behavior, we're sending a message that racism is allowed to exist in our community. We can't let that happen. I'm asking this council to speak out and take better action and make it clear that hate has no place in this city. My friend deserves justice. Every person of color in this community deserves to feel safe. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers, Paul Goodnow, Caden Kelsey, and Michelle Liddell.
So Mayor, City Manager, council members, thank you for having me today. My name is Paul Goodnow. I am a Simi Valley resident, a Simi Valley business owner for over 30 years, almost 30 years, I'm sorry about that, and last year's chair of the board of directors of the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce. That's why I'm here tonight to speak in strong favor of the proposed grant allocation in support on tonight's agenda. At the Chamber, our mission is simple. We support a strong business community. Every program, event, and service we offer is centered around this goal, and this partnership with the city is critical in helping us fulfill it. This funding is an investment in Simi Valley's economic vitality, workforce development, and community connection. Sorry about that, I should have done this from the beginning. We are deeply grateful for the past and future city's continued support of the Chamber and truly value the partnership we've built. Together, we've created a model that many other cities would envy, where government and business leaders work hand in hand to make our city thrive. Thank you for your time and trust and your cooperation. Have a good night.
Hello, I'm Caden Kelsey. I'm an unhoused resident of Simi Valley. I have been harassed by these juveniles as well. And it is sad to see the fact that the police department failed to handle my case, and something like what happened to Michael could have been prevented if the law enforcement in this town handled my case the way that they should have and held these juveniles accountable to their actions. I am not the first, and sadly, I was not the last that these children have harassed. It got to the point where they have assaulted myself, my home, and my service animal, to the point where I had to retire my service animal at 3 years old. I don't have him here with me today because he can't do his job because of these animals. The police department, several times when I had continued to be harassed after this incident, these juveniles gang stalked me at my work, and they also threatened my life several instances afterwards. I brought it to the police department's attention on multiple occasions. I was told that they were involved in something bigger and they didn't need to obtain their names because they knew who they were. They also told me that these kids are all bark and no bite. They're bite now, aren't they? So if the police department did their jobs, none of this would have happened. And it is sad to say that this has been going on for years. And I am terrified that I will continue to be harassed by having the courage to speak up. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay, please. I'm going to ask you all to keep your clapping to a minimum again. I know there's a lot of people here that are agreeing with a lot of what's being said, and that's fine. But every time you clap, it kind of takes up more time, and we'd like to make sure everyone has their opportunity to speak in peace. Please be quiet in the back so our next speaker can move forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and City Council members. My name is Michelle Liddell. I am a Simi Valley resident, business owner, and the 2025 Chairman of the Board for the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Chamber to express our deep appreciation for the city's longstanding support and to voice our strong support for the proposed $70,000 allocation outlined in the MOU between the city and the Chamber. Over the years, the city has been an invaluable partner in helping us fulfill our mission to support a strong business community. This collaboration has allowed us to deliver programs that not only benefit local businesses, but also uplift residents, connect leaders, and build community. We are incredibly proud of what we've accomplished together, and we are eager to continue this partnership moving forward. This funding is not just a line item. It's an investment in Simi Valley's economic vitality, workforce resilience, and civic engagement. As the city's official visitor center, the Chamber welcomes travelers, distributes local information, and promotes Simi Valley businesses. Our biannual job fairs directly support both local businesses and local residents. These events foster economic stability and ensure that talent stays right here in our community. Our signature programs bring together business leaders, community members, and elected officials to exchange ideas, address concerns, and build real relationships. The spring and fall street fairs and the Falalala Local campaign drive vital traffic to our local businesses while creating opportunities for residents to come together and create community. The Chamber is proud of the strong collaborative relationship we've built with the city, and we truly believe it's something other communities would be lucky to replicate. On behalf of the entire Chamber of Commerce, thank you for your trust, your partnership, and your belief in what we can accomplish together.
The next three speakers, John Lapper, Alyn Eason, and Anthony Eason.
Mayor Kavanaugh and City Council, it is with disappointment that I must remind this council the many times I've reported the hate in Simi Valley with copies of inflammatory posts, memes, and comments, even by acquaintances of this council, the Simi Valley Police Foundation, and Simi Valley Police Department. And I point out Peter Karubi, who is on the Simi Valley Police Foundation board and was somehow the Volunteer of the Year for Simi Valley. Yet I can think of no more individual in this community who has expressed rage and hate towards some disenfranchised in our community. Also, I've mentioned TJ McInturf and his Simi Valley Community Forum No Rules Simi Strong page, the most hate toxic group in Simi Valley. And of course, no action, no replies to emails or public statements. As I mentioned at the last council meeting, Simi Valley has a reputation problem that has been earned over the years and certainly still exists today. I can only ask for an independent investigation that is transparent and accountable to the residents of Simi Valley, especially with the video with a youth parading around a Simi Valley PD patrol car. This I'll try to make quick. At the July 21st Simi Council meeting, tensions did indeed run high in the council chambers between the anti-ICE and pro-ICE protesters. However, after the initial 10 public statements, the agenda was to move on to 2 public hearings, which clearly would have diffused the stir in the chambers. As some were leaving, one woman yelled, "Go back to your trash country." The gentleman responded, "I'm an American citizen and I live here." The woman, who also caused a commotion outside the city hall before the meeting, continued to be a disruption. There were 8 Simi Valley PD officers present in the chambers. A couple came to her. Instead of removing her, the Simi Valley PD stood there talking to her. Mayor Kavanaugh then decided to clear the chambers, requiring 300 people to exit, which
Mr.
was a
Lapper,
larger
your time is
disruption.
now up. Thank you.
Why did the Simi
Thank you.
Valley PD not remove her?
Good evening. My name is Alin Eason, and I have been a Simi Valley resident and homeowner for over 41 years. I am opposed to all short-term rentals in Simi Valley. STRs should be banned in Simi Valley as they are in our similar neighboring cities of Moorpark, Camarillo, and Ojai. They are also banned in Fountain Valley, Santa Ana, Garden Grove, Irvine, Yorba Linda, Costa Mesa, Redondo Beach, etc. Simi should follow the lead of all these cities. Simi is a neighborhood community, and it is not a vacation tourist location. Unlike your staff report suggests, we are not like Big Bear Lake or Lake Elsinore or La Quinta, nor will we ever be. Did the city make any effort to actually speak with neighbors of existing STRs and see how residents actually feel? If you ban all STRs, you could determine what amount to fine homeowners who advertise existing or new STRs. Also, all the STR internet sites such as Airbnb, Vrbo, HomeAway, etc., could be notified of the ban in Simi and instructed not to post any listings of houses in our city to comply with the new municipal code. STRs provide a way for non-local property owners to make as much money as they can with no regard for any of the residents and neighborhoods. STRs also reduce housing availability in the midst of an already existing affordable housing crisis. Please ask yourself, how would you like a short-term rental right next door to you? Do the right thing, ban all short-term rentals before they destroy our safe neighborhood community of Simi Valley. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anthony Eason, and I live in Simi Valley. First, I want to say that I favor a ban on all short-term house rentals in our city. I don't want the prospect or the possibility of having 100 different neighbors in a year based on a minimum stay of 3 days at an STR. I have reviewed the staff report provided on Simi Valley's website. As I see it, the city really only has 2 alternatives. 1, to ban STRs in keeping with our family residential community standards, or 2, regulate them. Inaction or doing nothing is not an acceptable alternative. Make no mistake, Short-term house rentals are businesses. In our city, they are non-regulated businesses. Actually, according to staff's report, there's at least an estimated 100 non-regulated businesses operating in our city. Why should our city allow these businesses to operate without a city business license? Also, why aren't STRs addressed in Chapter 7 of the Municipal Code? From a cost perspective, banning STRs makes the most sense. Implementation and enforcement can be whatever the council would like it to be. It doesn't have to be the only options offered here by staff. Our neighboring city, Moore Park, deals with STRs differently. They use no vendors as they feel that is not needed. They handle violations of their code as they are reported by residents. Why can't our city do the same? Pass a municipal code banning STRs that includes fines for violations, notify rental agencies that they are banned in our city, and deal with violations as they are reported by affected residents. That would seem to be a fair and economical way to handle these. Sometimes the simplest answer to a problem makes the most sense. Thank you.
Next three names, please.
The next three speakers, Joseph Alfano, Austin Maena, and Avery Estelle.
Hello, my name's Joseph Alfano, and I was raised in Simi Valley. I was at the last city council meeting. I'm here to speak to you, the city council, and more importantly, the people that elect you. Most of us are here because a hate crime was delivered a citation. That's unacceptable and racist, but let's be honest, at least through my entire 32-year-old life, the performance of this entire city government has been unacceptable and racist. Mike Judge here is famous for his antics online from 2020. Want to Google it, septic tank Mike Judge, it's a fun one. They have a reputation for a reason. When the police protect their own and their racist kids aren't punished, the folks on this council in front of you are responsible for their accountability. In the end, we demand it because in the end, the people who are accountable for this are you, City Council. The tide of justice might be slow. You might be elected for 20 years before it catches up to you, but at the very least, your legacy will remember you as for what you didn't do.
Okay, we've asked multiple times to keep the applause down. Please do that. I don't want to have to empty the chambers like we did at the last meeting. So we're not afraid. I'm not going to respond to the comments from the public. We're here to listen to you, to take your turns. Please be polite to everybody else. Thank you. Young man, you're first.
Hello, my name is Austin Maena, and just hearing about what happened at Regal sounded like something that was 100 years ago, but it happened 3 days ago. I deserve to feel safe in my city. Mike was just a friend of mine. This could have happened to me. And all those thugs, Jonah Collado, Hayden Davey, Maddox Westfall, Nathan Elkins, and Harper Trejos were let to go freely. Had they been black, they might have been shot or arrested instantly. Those boys committed a hate crime. One of the worst ones I've ever witnessed in my life. And they were allowed to go freely. And then you have the police make a statement, a lie, saying they arrested 4 juveniles. They only cited 3, and they were let go freely right away. And they turned themselves in. And Jonah Collado, the son of Officer Collado, is allowed to just go freely. And he said he would do it again. He has no remorse. Absolutely none. Those boys, I wouldn't even call them boys. They're thugs. They're monsters. Evil. Such evil people. And I can't believe we have the city just not protect us. No justice. Sad.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Hello,
My name is Avery Estelle, and I'm the president of Simi Valley High School's Black Student Union, and an alum of Township and Valley View. Throughout my schooling in Simi, I have been a victim of racial prejudice, racism, by some of the same perpetrators, Maddox Westfall, Hayden Davey, Jonah Collado, Nathan Elkins, that a young Black student named Michael Robinson faced last Friday. Chief Charles Stephen Shorts, an acting sergeant-at-arms, racism is an ever-present and especially present in the town of Simi Valley. Hate crimes cannot continue to be swept under the rug. On behalf of the Black student body of Simi Valley, we demand justice for Michael Robinson and every other person who has been victimized by this mob of white, privileged men with access to the same system in charge of prosecuting them and protecting their victims. In blatant reality, if the circumstances of these events were switched, if one white child running for his life from a mob of Black men had been chased, beat, and spewed racial slurs at, and that had been recorded, this town would be on fire. Charges need to be filed, arrests need to be made, and no young Black man would be safe or protected in his own by officers if it was his doing. A hate crime is defined by the Department of Justice as a crime motivated by bias against race, color, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, or disability. This was a hate crime, a crime motivated by bias against race. Emmett Till's mother left the casket open to let the world see what they did to his boy, her boy. The world has seen what they've done to this boy, and we now demand action. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were both civil rights pioneers for very different ways. Choose which one you want. The casket is open. It's your move.
May we have the next three speakers, please?
The next three speakers are Terry Daniel, Ken Hurst, and Elizabeth Linskog.
Good evening. My name is Terry Daniel. I am a voter. I am a teacher. I am a mother. I am a wife. And I am a citizen of this city. I commend the young people, the young Black people who have had more courage in this room than many of the adults in this room have had tonight. And here's the TLDR. What happened on Saturday is a hate crime, and I urge you to ask the DA to investigate and prosecute it as such. If the roles were reversed and it was a group of Black boys, we all know they would be arrested immediately or worse. Don't offer your community empty placations. Take action. As for Sergeant Collado, I request a review of his conduct. My husband and I moved to Simi Valley in 2018 because of its reputation of being a safe place to raise a family. With the growing prevalence of graffiti in our neighborhoods, car and home thefts on the rise, and now gang-based, racially motivated violence against a young Black man happening at a movie theater, it's safe to say you are dropping the ball on keeping Simi residents safe. I urge you to do more gang prevention, intervention, and to invest more in making sure our youth have happy, prosperous futures. When I take my kids around Simi Valley, we're met with a chorus of, oh, how cute, how precious, they're adorable. I'm not naive, and I know a day will come when my kind, generous, loving, beautiful, capable, smart, strong, resilient babies will stop becoming precious in the eyes of a dark pocket of our society whose members are uneducated, bigoted, small-minded people whose sense of self-worth is derived from belittling those who exceed their small standards of who should reign superior.
Your time is now up, but thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Ken Hurst. Thank you for having me today. I would like to request that the council direct the Simi Valley Police Department to respond to abduction calls. Please, would you put this on an agenda of a future meeting so that we can talk about it? I understand from talking with a Simi Valley police officer that when they receive a 911 call for an abduction, that they call the Department of Homeland Security, and if DHS confirms ICE is in the city, Simi Valley Police is done. To my mind, that is an unacceptable response. We have reports from around the nation of criminal elements donning masks and being up to mischief, including abducting people. How do we know that the people that what's going on now are ICE? They should respond. They should ascertain that it is in fact ICE. They should ascertain that they are not using excessive force. We have witnessed excessive force being used. And they should make sure that they can articulate at that time a reasonable basis for the detention in keeping with the existing TRO. In addition, Simi Valley Police, in my opinion, should be enforcing reckless driving provisions. I have witnessed ICE agents driving recklessly within Simi Valley. They almost caused an accident when I was watching. Someone's going to get hurt if we don't crack down on this. They drive around without license plates on. They're allowed to break rules if it's necessary for the performance of their duties. Driving around without a license plate, I can see no reasonable reason why they need to do that other than avoiding accountability, which is unreasonable. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say good evening, but given the circumstances, it hasn't been such a great evening for me and for many people in this city. My name is Elizabeth, and I was born and raised in this city. I'm a law student, and I've been a substitute teacher for many of the kids in this city and in this school district. Much of what I wanted to say when I came up here has already been said, so I want to leave the members of this city council with just a few things. The first is, I will be the first to say that I appreciate the statement you made earlier, specifically that you'd be working with the DA. I understand that there is a portion after this where you can respond to public statements, and I would like a response on whether or not you will be pushing for an investigation or pressing charges for a hate crime. The second thing, and I know this both from my experience in the community over these past few decades I've been alive, but also from substitute teaching and having intimate conversations, and by intimate I mean, I've been having conversations with these children. There is a racism problem in Simi Valley. And one thing I can say absolutely for certain is that when it comes from children, there is a problem much deeper than the individual. And that's something that I really, really wish for everyone to be considering and making plans to combat. I've heard some people defending the usage or the usage of language and the behavior of these children that attacked Michael. I've been seeing them defending the use of the N-word because every child uses it these days. I'll end with this. I have never, in any of my time at school, heard someone say the N-word and gotten away with it.
May we have the next three speakers, please?
The next three speakers are Roop Mon, Judith McMahon, and Jock Mosley.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Roop Mon. I'm a lifelong resident of Simi Valley. I'm also a last-year law student, and I work with the Public Defender's Office in Los Angeles County. A pregnant woman attacked, a gun pointed at a member of the LGBTQ community, a Palestinian man dragged out of his home by police, and a black teenager beat while a group of 30 white teens watch. What do all of these things have in common? They've all happened in your city in the last 3 months. Mayor Kavanaugh, shame on you for not mentioning that this was a hate crime in your opening statement, for not failing to continue to fail to condemn racism in this city for as long as you've sat on the dais. And Mayor Pro Tem Judge, not sure if you're awake right now, but we have not forgotten your racist and Islamophobic remarks. And we, the people, know that you're eyeing that mayoral seat. And we, the people, will not allow you to have it. I ask you, Councilmember Ayala, you're new here. You have the opportunity to convince your fellow council members to condemn racism in this city. City Attorney Algeria Ford, your website touts that you are a civil rights attorney in the past. Use that knowledge and advise your council members to condemn the racism in this city and to advise the DA that this was a hate crime and to move accordingly. We, the people, will not let you forget. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. There's a lot of energy going on tonight, so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. My name is Judith McMahon. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in town. I come from New York, as you can tell by my accent, and I did work with gang members in the jail. I'm also a board member of Simi Valley Women's Club, and we have a statement to make that we absolutely detest this behavior that happened on Friday night with those juveniles. And my question is, maybe you can figure it out another time with the police department, but I believe strongly, because of my experience in New York City, that you need to have a gang intervention specialist come in here. I don't care how much it costs, it's going to be worth it. There needs to be education in the school, education in the home, and definitely a change of heart. If it hasn't happened yet, it looks like it's not happening now. Something has to change, and our statement is that something has to be done, and we will not put up with this behavior anymore. We will follow this case as closely as we can, and we will speak out again if we need to.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. I'm here for agenda item 4 for the short-term rental. Speaking for my family and many residents in my neighborhood that are unable to attend. We've been dealing with the impacts of short-term rentals in our neighborhood for the last year. We've lived in what was once a pretty quiet, family-oriented bedroom community, but recently we've been overtaken by just one single home in the neighborhood that is advertising parties and backyard events and the use of their home for a cost. It's brought a lot of police activity, vandalism in the neighborhood, and quite frankly, just an unbearable place to live, specifically on weekends. Weekends are supposed to be enjoyable for us and our families, and now we're indoors, basically hiding from the potential threats of violence, vandalism, small events have taken place where people are checking handles on vehicles and disrupting the neighborhood. With that, there's blasting, of vulgar music. Streets are flooded with out-of-towners, blocking driveways, hydrants, safety violations, vomit on the streets, driveways. You name it. It's been quite the last year. During our pursuit of finding a resolution, City Council sent us here to speak for this item, being that there's no municipal code that speaks to this specific situation. Chapter 5, Section 15, 33, 30 parties, all those things are all noted, but they do not speak specifically to a way the city can approach handling this situation. So I'm asking that a moratorium or regulations or either the complete denying of short-term rentals be made. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, John Burns, James McGillis, and Leo Preddy.
My name is John Burns. I've been a resident of Simi Valley for 65 years. I live near Joe, who just spoke, and this house, they advertise online party rentals in their backyard. Sometimes there's 100 cars in the neighborhood, sometimes 150 cars in the neighborhood. There's broken bottles, trash left all over the streets, because the people that come to parties are not part of the families that are having the party. They're just renting the house out. I was walking my dogs one day, just picking up trash along the street, that these people that don't care because they don't live here. I've seen teenage girls, honestly, look like prostitutes that one day leaving the house. I'm not saying they were, but maybe it's because I'm old, you know. But it just I thought the loud music was the people behind me. It turns out it was 2 blocks away from me because it was so loud. So I think something needs to be done. I guess you call it a short-term rental by the hour or by the day or whatever you want to call it, but something needs to be done about it to clean up the neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Burns, can you provide what neighborhood it is that you live in?
This is the Italian track. This is right off Madera Road. The street is Genoa, where the problem is.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is James McGillis, and I'm a resident of Simi Valley. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding a matter that deeply affects the character and well-being of our community, namely the proliferation of short-term rental properties in our city. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the continued and unchecked operation of short-term rentals within our neighborhoods. While I understand that these rentals may offer certain economic opportunities and convenience for travelers, I believe the negative consequences far outweigh the benefits. First, the increase in short-term rentals has contributed to a significant reduction in available housing, long-term housing for residents. As more properties are converted into short-term accommodations, the supply of affordable, family-oriented properties is diminishing, driving up prices and exacerbating our housing crisis. Second, the transient nature of short-term guests often undermines the stability and cohesion of our neighborhoods. Residents who have lived here for years suddenly find themselves surrounded by unfamiliar faces with little chance of building relationships or maintaining a sense of community. The constant turnover can erode the trust and neighborliness that are vital to a thriving city. Additionally, there are well-documented concerns regarding increased noise, traffic, parking, congestion stemming from properties used as short-term rentals. These issues disrupt the peace of residents and in their own neighborhoods and place additional burdens on city resources and enforcement agencies. Finally, the president's presence of short-term rentals can impact the safety and security of our streets. With a regular influx of strangers, it becomes more difficult for residents to identify and respond to suspicious activity, leaving our communities more vulnerable. I urge the council to take decisive action to regulate or restrict short-term rental properties in our city, protecting the availability of long-term housing, preserving neighborhoods, stability, and safeguarding the quality of our life for all residents must remain our high priority.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
I live next door to a short-term rental.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, City Council. My name is Leonard Preddy. I live at Granville Avenue, not too far away from here, and I too came here to talk about the short-term renting. One of the reasons I left the San Fernando Valley 30 years ago was because of density and the lack of organization as far as their neighborhoods. You know, we're not a one-horse town anymore. There are motels, there are hotels people could stay at. You know, these neighborhoods were designed to be bedroom communities. They're designed to be homes, you know, for kids to play in and for kids to be safe in. My kids are grown, but there's next families coming in. You know, I can't see regulating it. You'd have to make it impossible for it to be. It would have to be banned. You can't really regulate something like this in a neighborhood, in a community that was not designed for it. You know, it reminded me sort of the mosque that they wanted to build. It's a good project in the wrong place. You know, I understand people need a place to stay. We have motels, we have hotels. They're not, you know, staying out in the woods. I can't see why we're gonna go ahead and change and establish 40, 50-year-old neighborhoods just so somebody can make an extra buck. I want everybody to be successful. You know, I don't mind somebody renting their property or leasing it, but when you come for short terms, people are in for a few days. You heard some of the horror stories that these people are talking about. I haven't experienced that, and I would not probably react very well to that in my neighborhood. I worked very hard to buy that house. So I would like for you people to ban this, not restrict it, not regulate it, not allow it. It's not designed, the neighborhoods weren't designed for that, and we got plenty of places to put people. Thank you for your time.
May we have the next three names, please?
The next three speakers, Jared Laurentowski, Audra Herrera, and the Simi Youth Baseball.
Hello, my name is Jared Laurentowski. I'm from Moore Park, California. I'm here to represent the Moore Park College football team. We don't stand for this. We don't stand for racism. Our coaches have instilled into us that this is unacceptable for anybody. We shouldn't be hating, slandering, disrespecting based off of color. That's God-given. We are all God's people. We are supposed to live in harmony. This is pain to the community, pain to the families that we don't need to see. It is pain all around, and it's negative energy in the city. I live in Moore Park, right down the street. We don't need this spreading. This is hate. It spreads like wildfire, and we know that. Coaches say this word that they were using is the most demeaning and hateful word that we can use against colored people. We need to be better. We need to work against this. We need justice, something that we don't get often. And it pains me to see justice not be given. So today, take this word and think about it. It's unacceptable. It really is. This is coming from a community that believes it is unacceptable, and we ban it. We don't allow it. We don't even play the music that has the words in it. No cursing involved either. We gotta keep things clean around our streets. And recently, we've done a very poor job at it. So I hope that y'all will listen and we can move forward with this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Audra Herrera, and I'm a new resident to Simi Valley. Grew up in Moore Park with my brother, Jared Laurentowski, who just spoke. When I had my son, when I birthed him and bathed him and loved him, a simple truth hit me, that every human, every grown person to the youngest person in this room, everyone was and is someone's baby. And all our children deserve safety, well-being, and the opportunity to live beautifully. That was not Michael's experience this past weekend. And although I don't know him or his family, he is my son, our son. And he deserves to be shown that we all care for him. What the attackers did was a hate crime. And being children too, for their sake, I hope that they are appropriately reprimanded, because we know that this was an act of violence, an act of pain, and to go unchecked and unaddressed, I fear for their future and the effects they will have on their and future communities, if not shown the error of their ways today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, when I told Janelle to come up here and speak, I didn't know we were going to be this busy tonight. So, but thank you for waiting.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share about our team. But I do recognize there are bigger, more important issues. So I'd like to waive the rest of my time and allow others to speak. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, may we have the next three speakers, please?
The next three speakers, Richard Holloman, Dustin Snyder, and Gabe Turan.
It's a tough day to speak. Mayor Kavanaugh, City Council members, City Manager Argerbright, City Attorney Ford, thank you for your time. My name is Richard Holloman. I have been a realtor in Simi Valley for 37 years, and I'm a certified real estate expert by Ventura County Superior Court. I am here to speak against short-term rentals today. I believe they should be banned, not regulated, not anything else. They should be banned. And I really feel that it's your opportunity to take advantage of that. Simi Valley is a rural neighborhood community. Airbnbs do not belong here in Simi Valley. A neighborhood community is not a place for a business, it's not a place for a hotel. Homeowners deserve to know who their neighbors are, not having people come and go every couple of days. It's your opportunity to take advantage of this and ban short-term rentals. Other cities around Simi Valley have ruled against short-term rentals, and I urge you once again to take their lead and ban them. The increase of short-term rentals has decreased the long-term rentals, increasing the price of rents in Simi Valley. That's a fact. So if you want to affect the rental prices, you ban short-term rentals. Increase the number of long-term rentals. Okay? You have an opportunity once again here to make a difference for our community. It's a rural community. Take advantage of this. And I urge you strongly to ban short-term rentals and save our community. Do not destroy it. Thank you.
Good evening. 2 weeks ago, I was here advocating for my Hispanic friends and neighbors. Today, I'm here advocating for my Black friends and neighbors. This is a constant issue, and we need to get ahead of it instead of reacting to it, right? We really want to get an agenda item for how we deal with ICE raids going forward, and we want justice for Mike, and that's it. Thank you.
Austin. Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, council members, staff, members of the public. I'm Gabe Turan. I serve as the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Oxnard. And I was here to talk to you about these things, but there's a lot of important things going on here tonight. And I sent the city clerk and the city manager an email, so I'll let those speak for itself. Just know that we banned these items, and I wanted to give you a heads up on that. But I can feel the hurt that's happening in this room and in this community, and I want to extend my my heartfelt words of support for everybody who's in this room. They showed up tonight to show you, to demonstrate the harm and the hurt that this community is feeling by the actions of folks from within this community. And I bring that up because I'm sitting back there thinking how I'm going to talk about these things, but there are incredible issues that are happening in the city and your community right now, and there are many here who are feeling that this has been long, deep-seated issues that need to be addressed head-on. And as elected leaders, as an elected leader myself, we are charged with taking on those hard issues that our community members are saying need to be addressed and have followed for generations. All of us, myself included, we took an oath to defend the Constitution of the state of California and the Constitution of the United States of America. And that's against all threats, foreign and domestic. And when it's happening within our communities, if that's not a form of a domestic attack on our people and their rights, I don't know what is. And I offer my support to all of you and to our community, to your community members and my Ventura County community members in this time. And there's a lot of harm and hurt going on across this nation. Let's deal with what we can within our communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers, please.
Richard Perini, Jake, and Karen Troop.
Good evening, City Council. I wanted to first thank you for your service, and unfortunately, we had an ugly moment in our city, and thankfully, our community's speaking. I didn't come here to talk about this, but as many of the other speakers who came to say something that wasn't on this topic, it kind of moves you. You have a black nephew, a black family members, and you look at this and it scares you. It scares you to think that, what if he was going to the movies then? And unfortunately, we see the ugly, we see the parts on video. And I have faith in Chief Shorts and his department to find what's going on, and I think we just need to stay a little cool and let them do their research and let them prove to us the facts. And if they don't, that's a different story. But there needs to be transparency. We need to see what happened, and people do need to be held accountable. And I think that you being their patient and respectfully getting insulted is tough. And I know many of you, and I know you are not racist, and I know that you don't hate people in this community, and I know that you want to get to the bottom of this, as we all do, because I don't know anyone in this community, I personally don't know anyone in this community that would promote this and allow this. And so we're counting on you. Thank you.
Is Jake here?
Mayor Kavanaugh, City Manager, and council members, my name is Karen Troop, and I've been a resident, active volunteer, and business owner excuse me, in Simi Valley since 1982. I am currently serving as the treasurer, CFO for the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I come to you this evening with that hat on. As a member of the chamber for nearly 40 years plus, actually, I've always appreciated the incredible partnership that the chamber and the city continue to share. The relationship is mutually beneficial in so many ways, many of whom were spoken to so eloquently by Paul Goodnow and Michelle Liddell. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce and all of its members, I thank you in advance for your continued investment in our community to once again approve the grant money that we have requested, or even more if you so desire. Thank you. I have a quick half a minute, and I am intentionally showing that I am taking off my Chamber of Commerce badge and speaking to you as a mother and resident and active community person. I'm sorry for all the words that were spoken to all of you and to the police department this evening. I know that you did not wake up this morning and figure out how to purposely do a really bad job or upset people in our community. I trust that you are all doing the very best that you can. I trust that we will see transparency. I don't support this kind of behavior, but please know that those children that were arrested do have parents. And it doesn't mean they're bad parents. I happen to know some of those parents, and they can't help that their 17-year-old children, they can't help.
Please give her the courtesy of being able to speak. Thank you.
They can't help that their children made a very poor.
You all interrupted her speaking. So now you expect me to cut off? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. She gets an extra 5 seconds because you interrupted her. I did this last meeting also, and I will be as fair with all of you. So please give us the benefit of the doubt. Karen, you have 5 more seconds. Thank you. If you cannot keep your voices down, you'll be asked to leave. Thank you. Karen,
If
please.
people can please have compassion for these families and what they're going through, and know that these parents did the best job they could,
Okay. The more you interrupt, if you cannot be quiet and act in a professional manner out in the area, you'll be asked to leave. We have to have the time and the ability to hear what people say and to listen to them. So I would appreciate all of you giving her the same courtesy she gave each of you. So Karen, finish up in like 2 or 3 seconds and we're done. Thank you. The rest of you, please. That's it.
these parents may have done a great job, and unfortunately, their children made a poor decision.
Okay, we're done. Thank you. Thank you. I've asked you to be quiet. I've been polite to you. This entire dais has been polite to you. I expect you to be polite to us and respect that we are in a meeting and everyone has the equal right to speak. So we will now take our next, your term will be up soon, I'm sure. All right? So we will now take our next 3 speakers. Thank you.
Drew Hernandez, Ellen, and John Singer.
What's up, city? My name is Drew, and listen, I haven't written anything down. This freestyle type shit. Listen. Hey, this shouldn't even be an argument for real. It really shouldn't, cause we got Jonah Collato's son.
Cuz, please, like your niggas
Hey.
begging for a please, nigga. You's a mark ass nigga on me, so just to let you know, cuz, ever try and threaten me again, nigga, I'll fucking murder you, nigga. You ain't gonna do a damn thing, cuz you and your homie got
Hey, Officer Collado.
Please give him.
Officer Collado. Hey, this your son, and this morning. This is this morning. This morning. This fucking morning.
Okay,
I just want to say,
keep
I just
it
want to
down.
say,
And no
ain't no
cussing.
skin color.
We don't allow
Ain't no
cursing
skin
here,
color.
please. Thank you.
Ain't no skin color. We're human. Ain't no skin color. Fuck a skin color. Ain't no skin color.
Watch your language,
We're
please.
human. We're human. And that kid he's a kid. And like they saying, if it was a black person, if it was black people jumping on a white person for doing nothing, saying please, I'm saying begging to run away, getting all beat on, what's gonna happen? These people weren't arrested. SVPD lied to the public. SVPD lied to the public. These people weren't arrested. They turned themselves in, and you wanna know how I know? Because I got the attackers' information right. They texted me. The attackers texted me. Hayden Davey, Nathan Elkins, Maddox Westfall texting me. They turned themselves in yesterday. They turned themselves in. They got cited and released. They didn't get arrested like SVPD's saying. Why y'all lying to the public? The
Please
fuck?
keep it quiet out there.
Hey, I just want to say, if Simi Valley don't do its justice, then the streets is, and that's when shit gonna get serious, right? Because then you're gonna put us in cuffs. Then we gonna take accountability for all that shit and all that bullshit. So listen, fuck your skin color and do the right thing.
No more
We're
cussing,
human.
please. Thank you. We have other speakers, please. The next speaker, please. Please be quiet out
The
there.
next
Thank
card
you.
just says Allen. Is there an Allen that submitted a card? Okay. The next speaker is John Singer.
First off, I had the pleasure of meeting Mike recently, and he was an extremely peaceful and just nice guy. So every time I see a video or post covering the topic, there's always people in the comments spouting ignorant shit like he knew what he was doing, he was there to fight. That's what you get when you mess around. And these people completely and blissfully misinformed. It reflects the reality that is some people will just agree and side with whatever reinforces their subconscious leanings. And this is truly a lack of mental discipline and a sort of personal enabling that allows for so much stupidity that leaches into other topics and areas of discussion, and these people go out and vote. And I don't want dummies in my community, God damn it. So let's work on that. Furthermore, I've thought out what I think might be a pretty good way for the community to actually get something out of this. I think it'd be a fantastic idea for the SVPD to reopen the files, label these as hate crimes as well as battery, and have them tried, with my suggestion being there should be restraining orders enforced on behalf of the Regal Plaza Business Center for each of them, which they can do. I'd like to see their licenses revoked for 2 to 3 years each, community service for like 2,000 hours each, agreed upon fines that go to agreed upon charities, harsh counseling sessions till kingdom come, and probation for 5 years. So that's just my suggestion. Now, I want to say in front of the council, I think it's really lame that every dying strip mall in Simi gets converted into like affordable housing tracts. We have a lot of money in the city treasury, and I think when we repossess lots from businesses, we should do a better job scanning the lists and many resources that show registered businesses looking to expand or open new commercial space, and we should select better ones to revitalize our town's economy and business presence and job creation, rather than trying to just bring more people in town. Like, imagine if you had a laser tag or an indoor Top Golf or a new skate park or a microbrew, just something wicked for the community to enjoy and get out and contribute to the economy. So that's all I got. Thanks, guys.
The next three speakers,
Thank you.
Joshua Childers, Sarah Matuzak, and Ruth Levinos.
Hello, my name is Joshua Childers. I'm unfortunately an unhoused, tax-paying worker of a business of Simi Valley. I have been harassed by these juvenile thug criminals before. The cops did nothing. This group literally asked the guy, Jonah Colada, call your dad, call your dad. The cops came out, did nothing, had us sit on the floor and let them walk away, get in their cars and walk away. I relinquish my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker. Sarah? Oh. Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Matuzak. I am a lifelong resident. I am a mother of white children, and I would never, well, I would hope to God my kids would never say racist shit like was said, and a hate crime, be a part of a hate crime. But for those that were saying that the parents do the best they can, I'm going to read a message from Jonah's mom, because this is a white mother defending her racist son, which means she is also racist. All I'm gonna say to all of you who are blaming this on the parents, you have no idea what happened. These kids started it with our children. My child is far from racist. Oh. Okay, it's a different mother. It's a different racist child's mother. So, let's just say that when one of the kids had their mother say this, it is a parent defending their racist child. These children are protecting themselves from these kids coming into our town, causing trouble with other children who live here. So instead of just writing on what you see, listen to the whole picture. They are not racist. They are not fighters. They are defending themselves exactly the way they should be. That is racism. This city has been racist for decades. I remember as a child when Rodney King was beaten, the trial was moved here because we knew that this city would defend the cops. This is classic white supremacy. And anybody who is not prioritizing this as a hate crime and justice for Michael is complicit in white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Kavanaugh. I have 3 asks of you.
The first one is to acknowledge the city's racist past. From the Judge Roy Bean bar with the noose at the end of the counter, just catty corner from City Hall, to the 93 KKK rally permit given by Simi Valley Police Department so they could protect the KKK, to the Rodney King trial, to the 2018 attack on immigrants here in this council chambers, to the 2020 racist comments made by Councilmember Judge, to the 2020 Simi Valley Black Lives Matter March where I was the only elected official from Simi Valley to show up, to the weekly MAGA truck rallies, the Confederate flags. And I don't call it Regal Plaza, it is Confederate Plaza. I am tired of seeing the Confederate flags at that plaza, and I will not go to Regal, and I will not shop in that shopping center, and you're hurting business, you're hurting the economics of the city until you acknowledge that. That's my first task. Acknowledge the city's racist past. I'm not blaming you all for every single thing, but acknowledge it. Number 2, deal with the present corruption. Stop sharing and taking money from the Simi Valley Police Officers Association. You know who I'm talking about. They fund your campaigns, and then you look the other way. When it comes to lawsuits, I'm tired as a taxpayer to paying for the corruption and all the things that happen. We're gonna pay for this as taxpayers. We the taxpayers pay for the corruption. And I'm tired of that. So stop sharing, stop taking money from the Simi Valley Police Officers Association for your campaigns. And yes, that is public knowledge. We will all look it up. And I want full cooperation with the DA. Full cooperation with the investigation. Don't hide stuff. Last but not least, hold yourselves and all taxpayer-funded Simi Valley employees accountable and recuse yourselves if you took 1 penny of money from the SVPOA. Thank you.
May we have the next 3 councils, please? Thank you.
Giovanna Pitts, William Roberts, and Isaac Rockmore and Latanda Comedy.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community leaders. My name is Giovanna, and I stand before you as the president of the Black Student Union at Moore Park College. But more importantly, as a voice for young African American people across this city and county who are hurting right now. On the night of August 1st, 2025, an 18-year-old African American male, Michael Earl Robinson, was violently assaulted by a group of teenagers in the Regal Cinemas parking lot right here. I was appalled, and my team and we decided to come and speak today. This was a targeted, racially motivated attack. Michael was chased from corner to corner, surrounded and hunted down by more than 8 individuals. He had no choice but to defend himself with the only thing close to him, which was a chair. In a desperate attempt to survive, he was beaten to the ground. He suffered a chipped tooth, facial swelling, abrasions, even spinal injuries. He was called the N-word multiple times. And the assailants joked about beating a black kid. This wasn't just violence, this was hate, and it didn't stop that night. Parents were on social media claiming that these children were protecting themselves from these kids coming into our town, the black kids coming into the town. Even being a police department's, the police officer's son, it's shaken our trust in the system that's supposed to protect us. Imagine being a young black person in Simi Valley. Imagine trying to go to the movies, trying to go to school, trying to go to the grocery store, and wondering if your life is even worth protecting here. Our focus should be on our education. It should be on growing. It should be on becoming better. So as a community, we're calling for a formal public acknowledgement from the city regarding the racial harm inflicted, a meeting with the African American community to build the American dream, a transparent, independent investigation, protective and restorative measures for young African American residents, and insurance that this soul, Michael, will not be harmed in this process.
Thank you. Your time is up. Does anyone else on this list? Then she can now take over if you like. That'll give you more time.
Hi, my name is Sky, and I just want to say
that Mike is my friend and I've known him for so long. And the fact that somebody can do anything like this to him is crazy because he is one of the sweetest people I know. Me personally, walking to school, going to school, people have called me so many racial slurs, and just living and existing, I have been treated differently for so many times. Going anywhere I go, people are looking at me. I've been called the N-word by white people so many times just because of my skin color. My friend Mike is, when I say he's one of the sweetest people I know, and for them to be threatening him and saying different things about him is not okay. And the fact that people are just sitting here and there are people joining in and hitting him and touching him is just not okay. And the fact the police was there and seen this and did nothing about this is crazy.
It's all right.
Good evening.
We're really only allowed to have you speak if you filled out a speaker's card. So,
These two did.
okay.
Go ahead.
And give me your name so I can check it off.
Hello. Is this Isaac Rockamore?
Yes.
Okay,
And then we
good.
also have Latanda Cromedy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. My name is Isaac Rockmore. I'm also the Black Student Union Treasury President at Moore Park College. I want to say in 2022, I moved here thinking that Simi Valley was a safe place. I didn't know that the happy face coming here on the freeway meant racist. And also, I have siblings that are also Black, and I feel uncomfortable bringing them places out here. Also, I work in the town center, and I've seen it all with the Trump flags everywhere. It's disgusting. It's very disgusting. I feel very unsafe now working out the town center because I'm seeing the slurs on the sign, the people that come in. It's just disgusting. And then as for my mother, that doesn't even live in this place, seen it. That's disturbing. Thank you.
Okay, then the next person's time will start. Are you Lakonda?
Latanda.
Latana, thank you.
I have a 10-year-old daughter now. She just turned 10 years old yesterday. It's scary taking her out the house because she's always like, "Mommy, why did they say that to you?" Or "Why did they do that to you?" And I don't want to raise her up in a home of like race, like this is because it's Black, it's because of this. It's very hard to explain to her what's going on in the world without putting race into the equation. She's very impressionable. So when I go out and I maneuver in the world, it's like, okay, babe, we have to do it this way. Why, Mommy, why? Well, it's just hard because I'm not one, I don't want to put race into anything, but however, nothing has changed in over.
Do you have a speaker card filled out?
She's giving your time to me? I'm giving the rest of
We can't do that unless she fills out a speaker card, so she can.
I'll fill it out.
You can speak, and then she can fill it out right away, okay?
Okay, I'll do that. My name is Vanria Jones. I live in the community. My daughter's one that just spoke. I have two of them. At the end of the day, we've been in the Simi Valley Community Town Center on multiple occasions and seen these same teens loitering to the point where it makes my daughters feel unsafe. This is a problem like like many have said previously before me, it's deep-seated and rooted. This is a problem that Mike, I mean, we've heard on a number of occasions that Mike doesn't live in the community. We go to church in this community. Mike goes to church in this community. That is where my daughters and a lot of the community in here knows Mike from.
Hey, I do have to stop now. The time is up. But thank you. If there's anyone else that has filled out
With the
a
8
card.
seconds that are left, 10.
No, we're in
There was 8 seconds when I turned to look. So can I please
The
have my 8
red light was
seconds?
on, so I go by the red light. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So
We'll be back.
One that's up here, if we have a speaker card for you, you may stay up here. Would the rest of you like to sit down, please? Or you can just stand behind the one person who has a speaker card.
Sorry, he has one. Devon.
Okay, so this gentleman gets his 2 minutes now, too. All right, and I do thank you all for being very respectful. I appreciate that. Okay.
I'm Devon Ware. I live in Simi Valley. I've lived here my whole life. Ever since a young age, I've had to deal with racism in this community. Ever since kindergarten, I've had people tell me to get to the back of the line because the color of my skin. And I cannot stand for that any longer. Michael Robinson, one of the sweetest kids I know. When he moved out here from Texas, he started playing football with all of us. Sweetest kid out there. And for them to diminish his character, it really sickens me. My grandmother, she was in the same room many, many years ago fighting because she was fighting for the Rodney King trial, right? Now I'm here fighting for Michael Robinson. Michael Robinson's an amazing human being, and he needs justice. He needs justice. The color of my skin should not put a target on my back. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming tonight. Do we have any other speakers?
The last speaker is William Roberts.
Hi there, Mayor, City Council. I think that woman left, but I just want to say, these kids, they didn't make a bad decision. This is a product of bad households. This has probably been ongoing, as we can hear from all the personal testimony from other people. And their confidence is a symptom of the time that we live in. Culture in America right now is emboldening people to act on the racism that has been festering at home. Unfortunately, one of the racist households involved in this incident has a cop in it. I'm not sure about you, but I don't like racist cops in my town. I've lived here for 38 years. I've definitely experienced like the racism. Like I hear it like going around like since I've grown up, since like the 90s and 80s. And it's unacceptable. And in this time and age, we have like racists being emboldened like throughout the nation. But this is our time to stand up and say like, no, we're not dealing with this crap. This isn't happening in our town. So this is our time to do that. So maybe it's standard procedure to kind of sweep the stuff under the rug. Maybe the only reason that we know about this is because it was filmed and posted online. But I want to make you all aware that this is starting to be picked up by major news sources in LA, and it could become a national story as we get more and more info that comes out. So I just want to let everybody know, you, the mayor, city council, DA, SVPD, how this investigation is conducted will reflect strongly on how the city of this people and the people hired to police it are. Let me say that again. How this investigation is conducted will reflect strongly on our city and the people hired to police it. So to all of you, should we allow violence, blatant racism to be emboldened in Simi, or should we stamp it out by making an example of a very clear example of a hate crime? Thank you. Nazi lives don't matter.
Thank you.
We have one last speaker card. Chavez Carpenter?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chavis Carpenter. I've been a resident in Simi Valley since 2008. I'm not from Simi Valley originally. I grew up in the city, moving out here, and I'll go really quick into a story about my daughter. So I'm not racist, never really experienced racism until I moved to Simi Valley. I grew up where it was basically, you're a good person or you're a bad person. And so moving here to Simi Valley, when I first moved here, I was pulled over frequently, getting off work, slacks, dress shirt, because my tail light was out, but it wasn't out. Various things that, just to pull me over. Now, I'm gonna fast forward really quick to a story about my daughter. So I've been out here, my daughter's 16 years old now, just about to turn 16. And in elementary, in the 5th grade, she was accosted by a group of about 10 white girls at Garden Grove Elementary. Should be documented. I probably could have sued the city of Simi Valley and the Simi Valley Unified School District at that time for negligence. Because I went after the school board, I sent emails, I reached out to the school to find out what was going on, they swept it under the rug. They swept it under the rug. My daughter was jumped by 10 white girls. It should be documented. So I went up to the school because I handle things a little bit differently. So I went up and I saw the parents at graduation, 6th grade graduation. They didn't want any issues. So they pointed me to a parent that lived in a different area. I just so happened to run into that parent at the Northridge Mall. So when I approached that parent and I said, we have a real issue. Your daughter was one of the girls that jumped my daughter on that campus. He pointed back to the other parents saying that, they live in Simi, they're racist, they're meth heads. I believe it because we have plenty of that. Plenty out here. And so my point into that is not to be funny, this, that, and the other, but we have a community, a long living history of people in Simi Valley being racist. And then I'm talking about on all levels. I'm talking about the lowest of the low and those that think they're the highest of the high.
Sir, your time is now up, but thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, we are now, public speaking cards should have been filled out prior to the start of public speaking. We've allowed quite a few. What do you have? No, I'm speaking to the clerk. I'm sorry. Okay, we won't accept any more cards. This is it, but we will allow these to speak. Thank you.
Cheryl Courtney.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Cheryl Courtney. I've lived in Simi Valley for 40 years. I've raised 2 sons here. One is a Army JAG captain, so I'm very proud of both of my boys. They're young men, and I do think that it is parenting that influences how they're raised. And I would also say that I want to compliment and commend the bravery of the young people that are here that stood up tonight. And while much of what was said was full of passion, and I understand that justice. My son is a JAG attorney. I understand that justice is going to reflect in the days that happened after this incident. But I hope what you hear is the passion and the energy that is compelling people to come out and speak. And what I see before you is an opportunity. What I see before this council is an opportunity. What I see before the police force is an opportunity to make a significant change in Simi Valley so that people feel welcome here, that they feel safe here, and that they feel that there's equity amongst all of the resources that all of us pay for as taxpayers. It broke my heart to hear the homeless people talk about how that they have experienced different levels of policing. And I'm a police supporter. But I would not say that what they've said is in any way false. So we have an opportunity here to make a change. And I hope that what you hear, that you take it to heart, and I truly hope that what you'll have, and I would ask the council to make your comments and have transparency, because I plan to be back here and I want to hear what is happening, because people deserve to live where there is freedom, there is protection, and that they have peace of mind where they are. This is so disturbing to me, I can't even tell you. So again, I want to just speak in support of the young people who are here today.
All right, thank you.
The last speaker is Raina Young.
Thank you for accepting my card. My name is Raina Young, but I go by Raina Day. I'm in ministry. I have a SiriusXM morning show where we play gospel hip hop music. And Mike Robinson has actually been on my show because he has fought very hard to move away from Texas and change his life and give his life to the Lord. I trust him with my children who are young. He has helped me around my house. He has always called me Miss Raina. And I just want to thank the chief for allowing me to help me to speak to you because I want to speak about Mike's character. Mike loves God and he loves everyone he comes in contact with. He's not a gangbanger. And when I called him when I found out what happened, I said, "What happened? Did you get in an argument with them?" His words to me were, "No, Miss Reyna, they were drunk. They were looking for a fight. They turned the corner, they came back, and when they came back around, I said, we better get out of here," which shows he utilized wisdom. He said they chased him. So I have a couple issues with this, as I've found out since then that these kids have been terrorizing many races and ages of people. I have an issue with them underage drinking. I feel like that's a huge problem that, yes, their parents probably do know about, because I know about my children and what they're getting into. If you're paying attention, which you should be, all the parents in here, and it seems that they have no remorse, and I was crying in here because to know that this morning that young man said that he would murder my nephew, he's like my nephew. Hearing that is not okay. Shows there's no remorse. So I pray to God that we don't repeat what happened with Ronnie King. I pray to God, the only one who's in charge of all of this, that you all will make sure that you stand against what happened on Friday night as he left church. He got beat up that night.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is City Council comments regarding public statements.
Councilmember Judge, or excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and expressing all these stories to us. It was very eye-opening, and you can trust that I'm going to make sure the police department follows up on this with their investigation and the evidence, and that evidence is turned over completely to the district attorney for the prosecution that will warrant what evidence and the investigation brings. I believe every member on this council feels the same way. Nothing is going to be covered up. Nothing is going to be swept under the rug. You will be aware through nixles and other things about the case, the progress of this case. Thank you for all coming out.
Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you, everyone, for coming to speak. One of the speakers said that hate does not have any place in our city. Another one said that action should have consequences. And I want you to know that I completely agree with those two statements. I also want you to understand that when Mayor Pro Tem Judge in his statements said that he's advocating for a transparent process, that you can believe him because I'm also doing the same thing. Okay, I'm also behind the scenes every day, making sure that the investigation continues in a way that it needs to happen. One of the speakers said that the investigation is currently being conducted and we need to watch that play out. And that's what we have to do. It's been 3 days. I know we want instant gratification, but the only way that it works correctly is if we allow everything to play out. And then we can come back once that decision is made. But let's let it play out. Let's see what happens. And just understand that I support all of you coming out tonight, regardless of what you said. And as I always say, my door is always open to anyone who wants to come and speak. So thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for your passion, and have a good night.
Councilmember Lister.
This one is really hard to comment on because it is so painful for everyone here. And the reality is that we all want, I believe, love, acceptance, kindness to everyone, period. I just think that is, I concur with the statement that racism is never acceptable. Never, never. You know, I have to be honest, it's a little difficult for me. As a child, I grew up in Hawaii. I was the minority. I was the haole. I was the one that sometimes ran home from school. And so, but at the same time, I just learned to love everyone. Didn't matter what you look like, what you did, etc. That was just who you are. I'm also blessed with two amazing black grandkids. I have my daughter, white, married up, a wonderful man from Ghana. No question, she married up. And I recognize that she, on occasion, has expressed her worries for her children. And so I'm very, very aware. It should never have to be, never. And I will say that Michael sounds like an outstanding young man. Thank you for helping us to get to know him. Appreciate that. At the very least, this was extreme bullying, and clearly it needs to go through. It just needs to be. It needs to stop, and it needs to go through the proper legal channels. I recognize we're talking about juveniles, which is a different standard, but it doesn't mean punishment doesn't occur. Doesn't mean there aren't consequences. There are all sorts of consequences that are appropriate, and I heard a few being suggested tonight. But most importantly, as Mayor Pro Tem Judge and Councilmember Ayala said, it needs to go through the system, and I know I have appreciated the updates from police we've received and know that they will actively continue, and we'll work with the DA. And anyway, thank you for all that were here. I appreciate the passion in this room, and thank you everyone for being part of making our community better.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a different lived experience than those that spoke. If I went back in my genealogy, I couldn't actually tell you where I am from or what my ethnic background is. I'm a mutt. And people can call me all sorts of names, and I'll go, okay, because I don't know. I can't put myself in the pain that you've been feeling in your lives. And the only thing that I can relate to is through others' speeches and feelings. I will tell you that both of my brothers have married into Hispanic families, and I've been hearing from one of my brothers that his daughters who live in this community are concerned about the ICE raids and concerned about the different things that are happening and going on, and what their lived experience is. I don't have it myself, but it's close. In this instance, for this matter, I have complete faith in our system. You know that the DA is not a city function, it is a county function. But I have complete faith in the system that we were going to discover what has gone on. We are going to be able to prosecute what has gone on. And as Councilmember Ayala said, we have to give it a moment. We have to let it play out. And we have to respect the fact that these are juveniles, and you're not going to get all of the transparency that you want due to the juvenile nature until it's over. And so thank you for coming out. Thank you for sharing with me. Some of the stories that I heard were disturbing and eye-opening, both. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This is such a hard thing to sit here and listen to all your story, not your stories, listen to your truths, and to understand that this is happening in the community that I love, that I grew up in, that I raised my daughter in, that my grandkids are growing up in. So we do need to do better. We do need to find a way to fix it. We do need to find a way to move on. And I would love to meet with the Moore Park College group that was here. I would love to meet with you guys and share, you can share your stories with me and at least help me find ways that we can make Simi Valley a better place for everybody, all right? I think that's probably the best place to start. Okay, I'm more than happy to meet with them also. We can make arrangements. Don't forget, this is a part-time job. I have a real job that pays my mortgage, but I would love to meet. I'm sorry, thank you. But I really, it was heartbreaking to watch the videos in the first place. It gave me the chills and to think that this is happening in the community I live in. And then to meet individuals who have, this is personally affected, and to have our young people speak up is really, really heartening to me. That means people care. They want things to get better. They're willing to work to help us do that. Because all of us, I think, can improve in our daily life and everything we do. I teared up a little bit reading my first statement because this is very, very important to all of us as people. We are all human. We all deserve the same rights. We all deserve the same courtesies. We all deserve the same ability to walk someplace and be safe and not feel unsafe at all. And so I think we need to take those steps to further that. And I don't know what all of those steps are, but I'm willing to work on them. And I'm willing to help this community get to a place where we're all happy and we're all proud to live here. So thank you. Just as a reminder, we're not allowed to really do complete discussions back and forth on items unless they're on the agenda, but we were able to share our thoughts and our feelings and our thanks for all of you for being out here tonight. So thank you very much. Next on the agenda, let's take a 10-minute break. We will recess for 10 minutes, please. Thank you. We're going to be starting in just a few seconds. We're going to call this meeting back into order, please. Madam Clerk, what's next on the agenda?
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7, the consent calendar. And there is one resolution for your consideration this evening. Consent item 9, resolution number 2025-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley accepting the public improvements for track number 5943 located at 222 Country Club Drive.
Councilmember Lister?
Actually, I want and would like to move acceptance of all of these, but I wanted to just preface this by saying item 6, which is the Chamber of Commerce Award. I was delighted that the money has stayed the same. In fact, I spoke with Kathy. I know that there was some discussion about the proper amount, et cetera. I just feel like the Chamber does so much for our community, and I just wanted to go on record to say that I appreciate that we continue with that partnership, and I think that the way it was outlined in the report is very appropriate and very money wisely well spent, and I think so appreciate the relationship. Just wanted to say that, but then wanted to go ahead and move forward.
Second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A, request for direction on amendments to the Simi Valley Municipal Code to regulate short-term rentals, and Deputy Environmental Services Director Sean Gibson, Principal Planner Naren Gunasekera, and Associate Planner Zarui Shaparayan are here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the City Council. Our Associate Planner Zarui Shaparayan has tonight's presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and honorable members of the City Council. Today, I'll be providing a discussion on short-term rentals. In October and November of last year, the City Council requested that staff look further into short-term rentals and the feasibility of regulating them. Since the November meeting, staff has conducted further research and met with 3 vendors that could potentially administer and support enforcement for a short-term rental program. Staff also researched established ordinances, explored associated costs, and potential revenue if short-term rentals are to be regulated in the city. Further research identified a little over 100 short-term rentals in the city with an average rate of $200 a night. Staff explored 3 alternatives. These include maintaining the existing rules, an ordinance to allow, or an ordinance to ban short-term rentals. Under the current rules, existing enforcement for noise, parking, and the like would still apply, and citations for violations would still be given. With an ordinance to allow, staff explored potential aspects of the ordinance and program management and expenses. An ordinance to ban short-term rentals was also explored. Under this scenario, there would be more stress placed on staff to proactively enforce and shut down short-term rentals, while no TOT, business tax, nor permit revenues would be generated. While recent calls to staff request a ban on short-term rentals, there is no tangible violation associated with these complaints. In fact, staff has only received less than 2 complaints for short-term rentals in the last year, and there was no tangible evidence for staff to pursue code enforcement action. The following slides detail expectations for an ordinance to allow or ban short-term rentals. Should the City Council wish to move forward with an ordinance to allow short-term rentals, the ordinance could include a good neighbor policy and constituent portal. Most cities that allow short-term rentals have a good neighbor policy in place, which is a set of requirements owners agree to adhere to. This policy and the short-term rentals that are registered would be listed on the city's website, allowing transparency in terms of violation, who to contact, and allowing accountability. Fines and citations could be established for non-compliant short-term rental owners as well. The city could issue escalating fines to repeat offenders or revoke permits entirely. The city would have to establish administrative citations and civil fines and collect these fines for it to be effective. Staff could issue a permit to allow short-term rentals with ongoing compliance with the municipal code, and could cover processing and inspection costs by code enforcement. Like any other city business, a business tax certificate would also be required for the operation of the short-term rental. Lastly, TOT could be collected towards the city and toward the Tourism Business Improvement District assessment. Staff met with consultants that help local governments manage and enforce short-term rental programs. As listed on screen, consultants can help track short-term rentals on dozens of online platforms, support registration and permitting of short-term rentals, collect taxes, and offer compliance campaigns to track and enforce illegal operators. Some consultants offer 24-hour hotlines for constituent complaints, and others help create portals to access permitted and registered short-term rental information and complaint forms. On average, consultant costs could range up to $39,000 the first year and upwards. Consultants could be used for ordinances that both ban and allow short-term rentals, as they help identify units across dozens of platforms. For example, in a ban, they would help the city with tracking, compliance campaigns, and a 24/7 hotline. Whereas in allowing short-term rentals, the program components listed on screen could be beneficial to the city. The fiscal impacts shown on screen are based on 70 available short-term rentals in the city, assuming an ordinance allowing short-term rentals. With an ordinance in place, staff assumes a 30% drop-off rate of existing and unpermitted short-term rentals. Sources of revenue would include permit fees, business tax certificates, fees, TOT, fines, and gross receipt taxes. Expenses could include new staff, current staff, time and allocation, and consultant fees. Staff costs could range from $217,000 for the first year to $191,500 thereafter. As presented on screen, there's a net loss and little revenue generated from a short-term rental ordinance. Should the city request staff to prepare an ordinance to ban short-term rental ordinance, staff assumes a net loss in year one and beyond. But please note, these are rough estimates and are speculative. Your staff reports have further analysis. In summary, updating the code could take up to 24 months to incorporate short-term rentals, permitting, fines, and the like. Meanwhile, our current Simi Valley Municipal Code violations such as noise, parking, and property maintenance are addressed under the citywide procedures and ordinances, with or without the home being rented as an STR or short-term rental. Lack of a short-term rental ordinance does not preclude enforcement of these items. Moreover, pursuing an ordinance has the potential to generate little to no revenue and potentially cost the city more time and monetary and personnel resources via the adjustment of staff time, new hires, and consultant fees. At this time, staff does not have a suggested motion and requests that City Council provide direction per the analysis provided and alternatives displayed on screen. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does council have any questions? Councilmember Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't want to go first. I'm going to start this line of questionings with what is the problem we are trying to solve, and I'm going to start with complaints. And in your report, you said there were 2 complaints this year. Is that calendar year or just the 2025? The fiscal year or the calendar year? When was that 2 complaints started from?
I would say it's probably 2 complaints in the last year and a half.
Okay.
It's not.
All right. We heard in public testimony today about a facility, a residence that's been rented out for parties and such. We are aware of that property, yes?
I'm not familiar with it personally. No.
I know I am, and I've heard about it, and we've had some discussions about what is allowed and not allowed at that particular property. Do we know if those 2 complaints were about that particular property? Has that problem been solved? And maybe that's for the residents, but we know that that's not an allowed use.
Well, I'm not going to specifically talk about particular properties tonight.
Okay, so Perhaps from code enforcement, if anyone is here, do we have any updates on the particular party house that has been a problem in the past?
I'm representing code enforcement tonight. There is a particular house which is not included in that survey because that's more of a rental versus a short-term rental.
This is the point I'm trying to get to. Thank you, Sean. That's not a short-term rental issue. That's a people inappropriately running out their house in an inappropriate way issue, and we're aware of it and we're dealing with it.
That's correct. There's different categories of violations. That's
So for those that spoke, we know, and we don't like it either, and we want to deal with that. But I want to try and compartmentalize that short-term rentals is, or let's get on with the problem we're trying to solve with short-term rentals. In your staff report, it said that up to around maybe about 100 units in our city currently. Is that?
That's correct.
And how did we derive that number?
That was derived from a third-party consultant who combs through dozens of sites like Airbnb, VRBO, and then they compile the addresses and provided us a number.
Perfect. I did my own little research, just taking random block dates and hitting the sites, and I was coming up with a similar rough number, though I didn't write down all of the addresses. Roughly how many single-family homes do we have in Simi Valley? The answer is just over 31,000. And the simple math that I did is 100 divided by 31,000 is 0.003% of our housing is being currently offered as either room or full house rental. I see this as unfortunate for the people living next door, and I want to solve their problems, but I don't see this as a huge municipal problem yet. I don't think that if we authorize STRs, we'll get any more necessarily. The market's going to decide that. And then I don't know that banning them is going to get any less, because if you look at the cities that have currently banned them, and I did the same non-scientific research of looking for short-term rentals in the banned cities, and I can get multiple houses every single night that I looked. So they're there, whether they are or not. I would say that the problem I would like to solve for the city is one of a fiscal one. I looked at the report, and I think that, well, because I have some knowledge of following SB 349, is that the right number? Sorry.
346.
346. It didn't sound right when I said it. I am relatively certain, since this has gone through all committees of both houses in a unanimous vote so far, that it will become a law, and that law will solve a lot of the things that were in the report that we would have to hire a consultant to do. We would get reports of where the properties are. I would also suggest that if we wanted a policy in place, that we could set up a in much the same way we do for solar panel installations, we could set up an online version. If you're going to rent a room, we just want to know where you are, get your business license, and make it as simple as that. We're going to collect transit occupancy tax from the website owners, not the property owners themselves. And now with the new law being in place, we'll know where they are. From a code enforcement standpoint, I want to know where they are. And if we ban them, we don't know. If we put some ordinance in place that says you're going to comply, we will know. And then the other part about that is I think that, as we heard tonight, actions have consequences, and I would like to have a fine system in place so that we could have some teeth to our ordinance that says we're going to exact the same behavior as we have been over the past little over a year with the 2 complaints, but those 2 complaints would now have had a consequence if they were actually a findable offense. So I've now put my thoughts and issues out on the table. I'm going to stop speaking now, let council chime in.
Thank you. Councilmember Litzter.
Thank you, Mayor. You've asked a couple of my questions, Councilmember Rhodes. But let me, as I understand the options we were presented with tonight, it is to maintain the status quo or to develop an ordinance to allow or an ordinance to ban. And I guess my question is there a fourth option? Well, and then that begs the question, if we want to maintain what we have but collect taxes, collect our TOT, maybe registration, does that require an ordinance?
If I may, Port Hueneme does something similar where they don't have an ordinance, but they are collecting TOT. But I believe at least the Chapter 5 would need to be updated because TOTs are only collected on hotels, and hotels are defined as
Got it.
not a short-term
Okay, so we would have to do a little bit of updating to, if we were to go that option, okay. And just, I was going to ask about SB 346. It sounds like Councilmember Rhodes knows a lot more about it. The report suggested to pass the Senate. It was still being discussed in the Assembly. Has it passed the Assembly? And what is, do we know? That's right, they're on break.
It was the last call was for a third reading. There had been revisions already made to it, and those revisions accepted. Now it's on third reading, so it should pass out of that committee.
Okay. So maybe we need to revisit this conversation, but okay, thank you. In your costing, you gave 3 options if we were not to do it in-house. But in other words, if we were going to ask a company to be our representative, for instance. And the costing included a full-time code officer, which kind of surprised me for 70 to 100 rentals right now. Do we currently have a full-time code officer that looks at our hotels and that makes sure they're in compliance for those rooms that are rented?
I believe our Administrative Services Department collects the TOTs. So if they aren't being collected, then there's a procedure to collect unpaid TOTs. It's not necessarily a code enforcement officer doing that, however.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand the role of the code enforcement officer in what is being proposed if we were to have an ordinance, et cetera, that would involve a full-time code officer.
If I can chime in, hotels and motels are an approved use in the area, and they're zoned for it properly. If we're talking about Airbnbs or short-term rentals in a neighborhood, and we're looking at regulating and enforcing upon them, depending upon if that's because we have an ordinance that says there are certain regulations that they need to meet, or if they're banned entirely, then we're looking at additional staff time required to ensure that those homes are not becoming nuisances to the neighbors and are following all the regulations and codes. So,
and I understand additional staff time. I certainly get that. I guess I was surprised that it looked like someone would need to do this full-time.
and I think that would be on the outside. I don't know that it would require a full-time person for just 100, but I think that, you know, depending upon the workload and the number of complaints that we receive, and considering that this can be potentially a hot topic, staff wanted to estimate on the outside just to ensure that we're providing kind of a higher end cost to you, so we wouldn't have to come back later.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And I want those who are here to know I recognize there were 7 of you that spoke with legitimate concerns about short-term residents, short-term rentals. So I don't want to minimize in any way your comments and your concerns, and so I just want to make it very clear that I heard you, and I'm sure we all heard you, and I appreciated most, if not all, wanted banned or at the very least regulated very carefully. So I just wanted to be sure that that you were heard. If we didn't pay let's say we left the status quo, and recognizing what Councilmember Rhodes has said, that likely they will be here whether it's legal or not, and we're spending money just trying to chase them away. But if we were to at least, at very least, monetize them, collect them and take money, what is how much do we anticipate? 100 places? What is the TOT potential? Could you bring that up again, what you thought would be just the TOT, the monies potentially gained? Was that part of your presentation? I think it was.
It's actually in the staff report on page 7. It's not based on 100, but it's based on 70 because all vendors said expect a 20 to 30% drop off of existing short-term rentals when an ordinance is put in place.
But we don't have to put an ordinance in place to collect TOT, correct? Other than saying they need to change the code a little bit to acknowledge that they exist.
We'd have to modify Chapter 5 in order to incorporate short-term rentals to collect TOT.
Got it. And how difficult would that be to do in-house? Do we really need to pay a company? I mean, I know that we're currently using a company to collect our business licenses. And ironically, they were one of our most expensive options of these 3. I did notice that, but that's a whole nother topic. But is it something, how difficult, what would it, I mean, to make that collection if it were just kept in-house?
Can I call Mr. Garibay up? We had a conversation about the TOT process and what would be involved.
I appreciate it. I'd love to have him answer that. And it was interesting because good old AI, Googled AI. I wanted to know the concept, can VRBO just do all the work for us, basically? And it's very interesting. This is without the Senate bill, but in many areas, VRBO has agreements to collect and remit lodging taxes on behalf of hosts. So it sounds to me like like VRBO, we just need to have a contract with them saying, hey, anybody that's listed as Simi Valley, you must collect this tax, at least kind of. That was what was implied.
Yes. There's still the enforcement side of it, though.
Sure.
That would be lacking. So we wouldn't get 100% of it necessarily. The companies, the Airbnbs and VRBOs, they ask usually for an ordinance or something that's showing that they have to collect that, or something.
Something
that they also need to collect it as well. So I'm sorry, could you repeat the breakdown?
Can you speak to what would be involved in including the Airbnbs in the TOT?
Yeah, so there's a couple of process for the T-bid, right? Or just the TOT in general?
Both.
Okay, so from a TOT standpoint, again, we'd have to modify the ordinance. And there's 2 things. If we're only modifying that section of the ordinance, absolutely staff could probably take it on in a few months to go through the process. What happens is that when you look at the city's ordinance, there's usually cross-references that are in different sections of that. So it takes a much more thorough analysis of the code to see if any changes to this section have any implications to other sections of the code as well. And that's where the companies really do help out, because they're set up and trained to kind of do a very comprehensive look of the code itself. So if it's just a minor thing of just changing the definition of what we consider a hotel or who we would collect TOT from, that likely can be handled from a staff standpoint. It would just take some time, and again, it would just be a process that we would go through. In terms of the T-bid itself, because I know that was brought up before as well, the management district plan, which governs the Visit Simi Valley partnership, would also have to be modified. And the way that works is today, those that are contributing to that T-bid are the ones that are voting members of that, and they have to have representation on there. So right now, it's fairly easy because there's 6 hotels, so there's a majority of the board members of Visit Simi Valley have to be representatives of the hotels. We would have to really take a look at it if we were to include all of the Airbnbs and VRBOs, because technically they would also have to have some say in how the T-bid money is spent on an annual basis. So we would really have to look at what share their vote of the board would be, and they would also have to have some representation. And again, it just becomes a little more complicated. Doable, but just a lot more complicated, and we'd have to either give up seats now on the board or expand the board to include more members so that we'll call them the short-term rental groups, also have representation to make sure that the money is being spent, not just on the hotel.
Okay, and just to be clear, that's not TOT we're talking about. That's if they're part of the tourism district.
Yes.
Got it. I just want to make sure everyone's understanding what we're talking about here. Okay. Okay, thank you for now. That's it for my questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm watching Anthony squirm out there. Councilmember Ayala.
Couple of questions now, and then we'll probably come back, but similar to, I just need clarification too. For the Section 5, if we were to, I just need clarification or more clarity. What would constitute a change to Section 5 as opposed to needing to do a new ordinance? So, for example, one of the speakers said the Airbnbs, let's say, they're acting as a business and we're not collecting business fees or business license stuff. If we want to collect those fees, can that also be a change to Section 5? Or is that now veering into you need an ordinance?
Is that an Al question?
I know.
Ooh, that was a good question.
It doesn't seem like it. It just seems like that's a code enforcement question, right? Because
Correct. That's
what
my-
you're asking is, and I just haven't reviewed this city's municipal code to see how it's set up. For some cities, for instance, it's a license, not a permit, right? So it really depends on how you decide to structure it. Does every business in the city have to have a license? If the answer is yes, then there may be license fees that you can collect, but not permit fees, because it's not a permitted use still in the city. As a matter of fact, you have a section of your code that says that it's any essentially use not defined in this section is not allowed in the city, and this is not one of the listed uses as it stands right now.
Right, so that would require
Because
modification.
Correct.
It says things like in our staff report on page 4 about one-time and annual fees. It says that we could require a permit fee, right? I would want that to say, for example, that we would require.
Right.
Set number 4 says that we could establish escalating fines for non-compliant STR owners. I would say that we should say we would. But by doing that, is that a change to, could we enforce that as part of a change to a current ordinance, or would that have to be a new thing?
Right, so the way I read it, and I haven't coordinated with your staff, but from my experience working with short-term vacation rentals, that would require an actual ordinance. Because now you're talking about actually permitting it and how you're setting it up, and fines and penalties associated with violations of it, which is what the escalation is.
Mm-hmm.
And there are government code sections that talk about maximum, fines that cities can do
Yep.
up to amounts for that, and that's the way you do them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that I actually think
Because I bring that up because I agree with Councilmember Rhodes when he says we need the teeth, right? And part of that is the fee structure. But I think what I'm hearing is if you want to go down that route, you kind of have to go down the ordinance route.
I would say yes. And I think that what your staff was trying to indicate that is, and sort of following up on what Councilmember Rhodes is saying is, if you're talking about a noise issue in the city, you already have different codes that can affect that, right? And maybe fines and penalties that are associated with that. If you're talking about a parking issue, right? I mean, there are ways to address other violations in the city, but if you want to actually regulate short-term vacation rentals, that would require an ordinance regulating them.
Okay. I'm good for now.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing we do have on the books, we just put on a little while ago, is the parking ordinances. And those parking ordinances can be used by neighborhoods, such as I heard had a house with 100 cars at it or something like that.
That'll be
Parking
coming
ordinance is
back
on
to
the
you
books.
guys.
Pardon?
That'll be coming back to you guys, the parking permit program.
We're still working on it, but it's.
Correct.
Okay. The way that works for those neighborhoods offers them a lot of protection from things like this. I mean, if you have to have a parking permit to park on the street, and they're only issuing a certain amount to each house, then you're guaranteed there's only going to be 3 or 4 issued to the house. So that's the cars get parked on the street. So that solves, that could solve, it's a possibility that could solve the parking issues. But I do think if we're going to do something with this, it should be in an ordinance form. That way it's codified and we can work with it in that form better than just saying we're going to, this unwritten rule stuff. That's all I got.
Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On that point, with 2 complaints, redoing an entire ordinance to address a handful of complaints, we still have the opportunity of doing an ordinance at a future date. I would, however, and I think Council just alluded to this, if we can establish a fine structure for the same things we would already enforce, noise and parking. The tricky part is, how does that apply only to short-term rentals? If there was a way to put that in so that our code enforcement is exactly the same, our staffing levels for that is exactly the same, until such time as we have an issue and a problem to solve on that, and then we come back and address it. But if it required an ordinance to get that done, I would be in support of that, because I've, like Mayor Pro Tem Judge says, an ordinance makes it clear to all players, and I like things written down. And if that's the mechanism to get the teeth into the fining structure, I would like that to exist. Just in terms of the other things and why this conversation is unfortunately like maybe 2 months premature, if that law gets through California, that ends up covering a lot of the things that we would want to cover in that. Knowing where everybody is, we can now get a report. Knowing that they've paid the proper amount of transit occupancy tax, so we don't have to go and chase it down, that would be in the reports that had to be given to us. That's why the STR industry is fighting so hard with millions of dollars to try and defeat that bill, and why I'm still amazed it's a unanimous vote passing through all the committees, because it's that strong and empowers cities so much. So hopefully that gets passed, and then we piggyback on that, and then this becomes a less of a huge lift for the city, but it does become a new revenue stream, and it puts controls on the rentals that are already here.
Can I respond to one of Councilmember Rhodes' suggestions?
Yes, and then we'll go to Councilmember Ayala.
You had mentioned regarding a fine structure for code enforcement issues. One of the items that you'll be hearing later today is the council priority items that you had agreed to at the council retreat. We're bringing those forward to you for adoption, and one of those focus areas is strengthening code enforcement. During that retreat, one of the pieces of direction we received was to bring back admin sites, and that would be true for all types of issues like this. So that would give staff the ability to provide a fine for violations of a variety of things in the municipal code that code enforcement does typically pursue.
Councilmember Ayala.
I'm good, because if you were to see my screen, I had circled number 4 on the priority list that talks about the fines, and I was just going to reinforce that it works nicely with what we've already said is going to be one of our priorities, and so I think now's the time that we can actually use it as an example.
Okay, Councilmember Lister. I'm just laughing because it's going round and round. I'll save my comments.
It is, well, no, and I was going to say, Mayor, please, go ahead. Just because we pushed your button doesn't mean you don't get to jump in and speak when you want. So please, if you'd like to speak.
Well,
then
no, it's
today.
fine, but I'm going to be the odd man out, which I was on the prior discussion. I would rather ban them and have the heavy code enforcement. That's my personal opinion. If we only have 100 or so, what profit? We're not going to make any money off of it. I think it's going to be a lot of work for no or very little revenue. I don't want to live next door to one, so I'm not in agreement with allowing them. But I know I'm the odd man out up here. But I just kind of wanted to voice my opinion. But we also, if we were to ban, we would still need to have teeth. We would still need to be able to have the fine set up that would be applicable. And if we only receive 2 complaints, I don't know that can be that heavy of an object. We seem to have one area that tends to be a problem, and that could be addressed very, very easily, I think. Again, if we do this, even though I'm not for it, Anthony, I know I already discussed it with you. He was very upset with me. But the parking permit thing that we have discussed in the past, I know that would at least be helpful along those lines. But I just wanted to be on record that I would prefer to ban like Moore Park and Camarillo. So thank you. Now, Councilmember Litzler.
And I knew you needed to say that, so I'm glad. No, it's interesting. And to be very honest, I think there are times I have been very grateful, like when my mother was in the hospital and it was allowed me to cook a Thanksgiving dinner for my family, and I rented a VRB on the community. So there are times, and so I tend to ascribe nice little family get-togethers in a beautiful neighborhood and how lovely that is, but I recognize that's not how everyone uses their short-term rentals. So I'm realistic about that. My question is, it was interesting, going back to different Googling, this is what it said, which I thought was very interesting. And maybe my recommendation might be that we immediately start negotiating, collecting at least TOT, and then see where it goes with the Senate bill, and then decide how to do an ordinance. But it was interesting, as I said, does Simi Valley collect TOT at short-term rentals? I asked Google, asked AI what it said. This is what it told me. It said, if you operate a VRBO rental in Ventura County, including Simi Valley, you need to be aware of the transient occupancy tax and your responsibilities regarding its collection and remittance. Here's a breakdown of the key points, and it says, it's tax levied on, et cetera. It tells me that the rate in the city of Simi Valley is 10%. And then it goes, so basically VRBO is telling me that if I had a short-term rental, I should be expecting to pay that tax, and I can go on. But it tells me that if we do nothing else, I would like us to reach out to VRBO and make sure that we have some kind of an arrangement so we're getting that money, because the rest of the world thinks we're supposed to be getting that money.
Well, and I think echoing what Sean said earlier, that VRBO is good to collect it, but they need something that definitively says that they should be collecting it on our behalf.
So maybe that's the motion tonight, that we wait to see what Senate Bill 346 states, and that going forward, at least at this moment, we begin collecting our TOT taxes on short-term rentals, and that we negotiate that and or express that to the agencies that handle rentals, like VRBO, Airbnb, et cetera. Just a thought.
Sean, would that mean that we would need to modify the ordinance in order to do that?
It's my understanding in the bill is that an ordinance would be required to set in place the mechanism to request the lists every 3 months from each Airbnb VRBO company to get that list. So then you could use that list to help collect your TOT.
You're saying that's in the bill?
That's in the bill.
Correct, understood that. I guess my question is it in the bill the cities need to negotiate directly with VRBO, or they just automatically give that to every single city, whether they want it or not?
The bill gives you the authority to enact an ordinance which would require them to do it.
Got it. So even though this tells me they're doing it now, it gives us a little more teeth. Interesting.
Councilmember Rhodes. Do I have any other conversation or speakers or council members? I'm open to a motion. Councilmember Rhodes?
Yeah, I move to direct staff to, how do we verbalize this? I move to direct staff to look into the ramifications of SB 346 when it arrives and come back with a recommendation of what our ordinance should be. And that may be a couple months out, but I think that is the prudent step forward.
I would second that, but I would like there to be maybe an addition that we immediately investigate by having conversations with VRBOs, et cetera, the ability to start collecting TOT.
So to that end, VRBO and the other short-term rental companies are more than happy to provide cities with ordinances that they think are awesome. I think that we need to probably resist that temptation until we see how the Senate bill comes out. In the little bit of research I've done on those things, what they do is say, hey, here's how you write it into your code to collect, but it gives them zero obligation to actually tell us how much they've collected, from whom, and we have no idea to verify whether we're getting the right amount or not, we have to take their word for it. So that ordinance language that they're willing to assist us with doesn't.
No, and I hear that, and I guess my thought was if we simply added the word short-term rental to Chapter 5, or wherever it states that we collect TOTs, would temporarily allow us to start, and then we modify it as we should when the bill passes.
I would accept that friendly modification to the motion to look at changing Chapter 5 to include short-term rentals in collecting transit occupancy tax, but not the T-bid.
Agreed.
Is that a second?
That's a second.
Do you have the entire motion? That was a little confusing.
Let me just clarify.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion on the table is direct staff to look into SB 346 once it is approved and what our ordinance should be based on the text of that legislation, and to come back to the city council to add STRs to Chapter 5 to collect TOT.
And not, yes, that's good, and not necessarily wait for the Senate bill to do that.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Joseph.
But at what point do we, okay, I think the city manager mentioned this. So this does not preclude us to start immediately looking into the fine structure for people who are violating rules.
Correct. So staff is working on bringing back the admin sites to the council. And again, that would be applicable for all code enforcement issues.
Including STRs. Like, we don't have to explicitly mention STRs, it's just homes in general, right?
It would be, it would apply to things like the nuisance and to, the parking and those sorts of things.
Okay.
Once we've got like the parking
So we don't have to
ordinance and all
add that to this motion at this point. Okay.
So we have a first and a second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Mayor Kavanaugh voting no. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9B, approval of proposed water service rates, authorization to proceed with the Proposition 218 process, and recommendation to set a public hearing to consider adoption of new water service rates. And Public Works Director Ron Fuchiwaki and Mitchell, I forgot his title, I'm sorry, is here to present this item. That was Mitchell Kudah.
Good evening, Chair Kavanaugh and board members in this case of Waterworks District Number 8. This evening, staff is recommending the Board of Directors, 1, approve the proposed water service rates with an annual average rate increase of 3.5% for the next 5 years. Authorize staff to initiate a Proposition 218 noticing protest process and set a public hearing for October 20th, 2025 to hear and tally protest ballots and consider adopting new service rates. So Waterworks is an enterprise fund. It is self-supporting and relies on its service rates, its bi-monthly rates, and its commodity rates, et cetera, for revenue to operate and maintain the enterprise. We have facilities of about 357 miles of pipelines, 22 pump stations, 43 storage reservoirs or water tanks that you see up on the hills above Simi Valley, the floor of Simi Valley, and about 2,800 fire hydrants. And the district provides water service to approximately 26,000 connections or meters for customers. Our financial challenges for maintaining the water fund properly is to maintain our infrastructure, making sure that we catch up with all of our needs for rehabilitation to rely or to provide a safe and reliable system. Over the next 5 years, we project about $51.8 million for capital projects. During the next 5 years, it's been projected that just the annual cost of living would increase by 3.5%, and annual rate increases are needed to cover our increasing costs every year, just like everybody else's household, et cetera, and businesses. And then in addition, we need to maintain a prudent reserve for emergencies, for capital operations, and capital costs. Over the next 5 years, and as indicated before, we have about $51 million in capital projects, roughly an average of $10 million a year for the next 5 years. Now, this table provides a visual of the 3.5% increase starting in 2026. The orange line is the revenue. The light blue area is our current operating expenses, salaries, benefits, supplies, and expenses. And the yellow is our CIP costs. And as you can see, our revenues, when you increase the rates by 3.5% a year, maintain and stay equal to our overall expenses for the next 5 years. This is our proposed table of bi-monthly fixed rates. Each meter pays, or each customer pays a meter fee for every bi-monthly period. So for single family, for 2026, it actually goes down a little bit, down to about $76.22 bi-monthly, or what's that, $38 per month. And the rest of the chart shows the remaining proposed bi-monthly proposed rates. Our commodity rates, or the amount of water that each customer uses, is shown on the next table. Our current rates are, let's just choose single family for the time being. Our commodity rates, current ones are $5.77 per billing unit, or 100 cubic feet of water, or approximately 748 gallons for a billing unit. The proposed rates would increase that commodity rate to $6.14. And as we'll discuss a little bit later probably, is we also add on, as we've done for several years, we pass through whatever increase Cayugas puts on the city. So we've already got that fee for this coming 2026, and they're going to add about 43 cents to our overall commodity rates. We know that for 26. 27 through 30, we don't know what the proposed increases will be due to Cayugas. This is a typical bi-monthly family bill impacts. A family using 10 billing units per bi-monthly for 2025, this calendar year, you can see the fixed rate, $78.04. The commodity rates for 10 cubic feet or 10 billing units is $53.40, and the Cayugas rate increase is $4.30. So a total bi-monthly bill would be $135.74. For 2026, looking at those same areas, fixed rate, commodity rates, and Cayugas increases, the bill would go up to about $141.92, or roughly $6.20. For the following 27, 28, 29, and 30, at this point, we do not know the Cayugas increase, but you can see that the bill goes up 246, 151, 156, 162, $5 to $6 for a bi-monthly period. This is a comparison of other agencies throughout the region. The orange values, we know that those agencies have already increased their rates. You can see Camarillo has already increased their rates by 24%, Camarosa 7%, Oxnard 5%, and Ventura by 7%. The other agencies, we understand, are in the process of reviewing their rates and will probably be increasing their rates as well. For Simi Valley, we have a 9.1% increase. That includes the 3.5% increase from our water rate study, as well as the increase that the Callegas adds to the bill. Proposition 218, as we're familiar, we are required to send a notice to all of the property owners or customers, and they have 45 days to protest the rate increase. And then when we come back to a public hearing in October, we will tally up those protests. And in this case, as with other utilities, the protest requires a majority protest or 50% plus one to protest any rate increase. For public outreach, similar to sanitation, we have the district website, we have the Simi Valley TV. We have neighborhood council meetings scheduled in September. We're attempting to schedule a presentation before the Chamber of Commerce. We have an open public meeting for anybody that wants to attend. And we have the district's social media, as well as newsletters and city focus. So our request this evening is to approve the proposed water service rates, authorize staff to initiate the 218 process, and set a public hearing for October 20th, 2025. And that concludes our report, and if you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Any questions from council? Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask the tough question from the last time this was presented, and that is one of the other options other than raising rates to deal with our infrastructure plan is issuing bond. Given the rollout of what you expect year for year, does a bond make sense in this scenario, or can we pay as we collect that extra 3.5%, will we be able to cover the infrastructure projects?
Yeah, in this case, we do not believe a bond or a loan is necessary or appropriate. We are on a pay-as-you-go basis. Most of our projects are not necessarily large projects in the $20, $30 million range that you might find with our sanitation plant. We have a lot of pipeline and rehabilitation projects, repair of water tanks, and repairs of pump stations. And so we believe it is more appropriate to go on a pay-as-you-go basis.
And all those projects are currently forecasted and budgeted, and so you can actually use predictive modeling to say that this money will be sufficient.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other? Councilmember Ayala.
And so in full disclosure, I did meet with staff earlier today, so they kind of know what I'm going to say. It's been a good night, right? But my concern, which I'll just repeat, is that when I look at the Waterworks Fund 761, we had a surplus the past two of the past 3 years, and we have a very healthy reserve. When I look at Fund 763, which is the replacement fund specifically to fund capital projects, we've had a surplus in 3 of the past 3 years and a projected surplus for 2026 in the proposed budget of $23.5 million. So with that, I would be fine with the pass-through vote if I could, if I had my druthers, I would separate out and support the pass-through cost, but to ask the residents to pay additional money at this point, when I see there's money in both the surplus and in the reserve in both of those accounts, I don't think I can support that. I think that because we're doing a pay-as-you-go program, that there's enough, and staff just mentioned, these are not high-dollar projects in the millions of dollars. We just heard him say that. It makes sense to me that we could pay with the money we have over the past, let's say, next 2 years, and in 2 years come back and say, now is the time, now is it the right time, looking at what we have planned out to look at the increases. But history has shown us, right? The trends show that we have a surplus each year. So we may not need to do an increase in 2 years either if the trend stays the same and we continue to do really great fiscally and this department continues to have a surplus year over year. So for me, it's either we separate it out and I would support the pass-through cost, but not the 3.5% increase at this time. Or if we're gonna keep it combined, then I'm not gonna be able to support it.
Councilmember Lister.
Thank you. I am, I think, supportive of what Councilmember Ayala has just articulated. It concerns me that our water rates are currently, as the report says, you saw the on the chart, in the upper middle range compared to all similar other regional water agencies. And I have to recognize that we've raised rates, sewer rates, believe waste management rates are up, et cetera. I think that we need to be really mindful of our constituents or of our residents and just the strain on them. I will say that I was a little concerned by the statement, and I'll let you guys speak to this. I realize this is question time. By the way, I want to be very clear. This has absolutely nothing to do with Mitchell, our engineer. I'm delighted with what's in our, with what is in our consent calendar, what we're going for, and I want to be very clear, delighted with what we see happening. But in the report, it states, it stated that basically, in the last 5 years, rates were raised 3.5%. Money was collected to do major improvement projects, but it didn't necessarily get done because of COVID and short staffing. And I understand things happen, but basically that may be why we have this funds as referenced now available. The money didn't get returned. They didn't pause the annual rate increase while these things were worked out. Basically, we still collected. And so and even in the report that was prepared, on page 15, it states very similarly, if you want to see what it states, but basically it says, when the district has, while the district has completed a significant amount of capital improvements over the past decade, in recent years, some projects have been temporarily delayed due to the recent COVID crisis, as well as other factors, including staff shortages. And deferring these costs enable the district to mitigate recent construction cost increases, as well as maintain a strong financial footing, et cetera. But to me, that says we have not been able to complete all that we intended, that we have saved the funds. I am supportive of, I guess, of the statement that we use our reserve, use what has been set aside and pay as we go, and then revisit this in a year. I'd be happy to look at it in a year. Councilor, I remember Ayala said 2 years. I'd love to see what we can get done in a year and where we stand. We could certainly do this process and use the same report, I'm sure, in a year to come. Do you think if we were to do such an action, now that I've made all the statement, that would impinge our ability to do projects right now in any way?
If we didn't increase the rates?
If we did not increase the rates right this year?
If we didn't increase the rates this year, I believe, and the rate study indicates that we would still have a small unencumbered fund balance at the end of the calendar year. But it basically, it's our thought that as you delay, right now we're attempting or proposing to maintain a constant revenue flow that matches our expenditure flow. So, two lines going up at the same time. If you delay rate increases over the next 1 or 2 years, potentially you may be faced with a higher rate increase in year 3 than you're currently being faced with now. We won't know that until a study, we would have to do a new study. A new model would have to be run based on updated CIPs, updated fund balances, updated expenditures, et cetera. But potentially that could occur, is that you would have a higher increase in year 3 than you're currently facing with this proposal at this time.
Can I just interject? One of the concerns that I'm hearing from the council is that if there's money in the savings account, then we should spend that down before we start charging the residents for additional money to fund that savings account in those projects. Is that a fair characterization of what I'm hearing?
Not necessarily savings account,
Right.
but the surplus
Okay.
and in the reserves.
Okay. Reserves are the savings account. So what I'm hearing is that council has concerns that we have money and we have projects that need to be done and we're adding to those projects. Would it be helpful if we continued this item to the next council meeting and with that brought back a list of projects that are currently in process, be that in the design phase or in the actual construction phase, and those encumbered funds, so that the council can see how much money is actually being scheduled to be spent, and then where that would actually put our surplus and our other funds before taking action on this item, to give you a better picture of where we truly are as opposed to on paper.
It would be helpful.
I think that would be a good idea.
It would be helpful, however, I'm just going to do the however instead of but it could also be but. And this could be directed to staff as well. The reason I hesitate is because when I look at these projects, I'm concerned with the timeline. There is, for example, that we're just now going to do a study, and it's going to be, the initial design is going to be done in December of 2026, over a year from now. The contractor that we have awarded the contract to is not starting from scratch. They have built water tanks over and over and over. They're probably going to open a drawer and say, this is similar to what you're looking for. Here it is. So what I'm not okay with, if to have this plan, is to have a plan that is a 5-year plan for things that should be done a lot quicker. So we can do the plan, but just know I'm going to question the, not legitimacy, but how that plan is being executed, because I don't think we're hiring novices. I think these are experts. They've done it over and over and over. And I think we do not hold them accountable. I think they're just saying, oh, this is a city and cities work slow, so they're okay if we say the plan's going to be due a year and a half from now. We should say, no, that's not okay. And I don't see that sense of urgency. So I'm fine with the plan, but it needs to have some real teeth in the plan.
And that's fair. I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind as well is that our city is not the only city that these consultants work with. And so once
That should be part of the RFP then. It should be as part of the RFP when we put it out. We should be looking at those who can actually deliver in a timeline that is more suitable to us. And if you have a requirement in an RFP, you will only receive responses back from those vendors who actually can meet the requirement. And I think we need to be more aggressive when we talk about that.
Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to ask the question of staff a different way. So in our budget that we ratified, we saw the projects that were in the 5-year timeline for capital improvements. and those projects were in there. If we delay those projects a year, do we expect the cost to stay the same?
No.
No, the cost would go up. And if we delay the projects a year, might we have to go out to bid on the projects again because things have changed?
Yes, potentially.
Yeah. Does the state of California ever interfere in the timely compliance of design?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Uh-huh. So my point is, your staff has put together a timeline that is spending the money on a nice pace that allows us to not have to front-load a bond and do that sort of thing. I am actually in acceptance of what you said. I share Councilmember Ayala's concern that things don't seem to move swiftly, but I also share a reality that in design and build, that sometimes is going fast. It doesn't feel that way. I would share that concern as a novice on building projects of this type, that it doesn't feel like stuff goes fast enough, and it feels like we've delayed more projects than we have executed. But at the same time, if having this rate increase will give you the constant and predictable cash flow to get it done, I'm in favor of making this happen. I think it's not an egregious burden to put on. It is essential, for all intents and purposes, a cost recovery. And if we have an overage, congratulations, we planned well. If we have surplus simply because a project got delayed, well, let's keep moving those projects forward. But I'm okay with setting this out via 218 to get the people's input and see if there's a majority that don't want this rate increase.
I would like to comment on, in terms of our capital projects for waterworks, they're and sanitation type projects, they're more complicated than our streets and roads projects. That's why the design cost may be a little higher. The design timeline may be a little higher. Our streets and roads projects are fairly straightforward. We'll get a budget, for example, for 25, 26, and typically we are issuing award of contracts by the end of that fiscal year. But they are all very, very similar. Waterworks projects, you're dealing with different types of facilities like pump stations and water tanks. You're dealing with the hydraulics of how much pressure do you need here and there. So there's a lot of more time involved in engineering calculations. Not necessarily an excuse, but they are a little more complicated and take a little bit more time than, a nice, clean streets and roads project.
Councilmember Litzter.
Thank you. I'd like to understand the budget right now is showing a surplus of $23 million. Is that correct? What is that money? Is that money that has been basically saved because we didn't get the project done yet, or because staffing was short? Is that my understanding? That's why there's a surplus, not a reserve, but surplus right now.
Yes, the surplus is a result of obviously not spending that money.
Sure.
And you mentioned the reasons that some of the budgeted money wasn't spent is we had a lot of staff vacancies. Our projects were delayed for a variety of reasons, and the timelines may have taken longer. So in terms of that surplus, to some degree it's changing all the time, because as soon as we pay a bill for $1 million on a project, that surplus goes down.
Sure.
So it's, I think the budget book is a quote that they commonly use, a snapshot in time. But since that time, perhaps the surplus has decreased to a level that is less than what the budget book says. So it's kind of like your checking account.
No, I understood. And I guess what I'm concerned, because obviously we've been increasing these rates. People have been paying with the expectation these projects are getting done. They haven't gotten done. The money's now been saved. It seems to me like let's spend that money, do the projects, and then let's charge them some more so we can get all the next projects done. to me, almost doesn't feel right to say, let's charge them knowing that we're going to have more projects, and so let's keep raising the rates when we've already charged them for projects that have not been completed.
Well, the rate increase basically allows us to maintain the revenue and fund balance to continue to do to pay for all of our expenses, operating expenses, as well as our capital projects. So, it's not, quote, necessarily for new projects. We have a list of projects out for 5 or 10 years, and the idea would be to keep a level line of revenue increase to match that expenditure increase. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
It does. Well, I know theoretically it's nice to keep having that. I think that the problem in that is that we've got this going here, and in essence, our expenditures, because we didn't pay for staff and we didn't pay for the development, and so this needs to catch up.
Yes.
And then we keep going. That
Yeah.
and that would be, to me, seems more effective. So that's in my mind the flaw in your argument. I agree. It needs to be constant, but you need to get the expenses to be rising at the appropriate rate together. And I think just because of a variety of factors beyond control or whatever, not blaming in any way, but I think that's our reality. So I know that for those reasons, I would be in favor of at least recommending I think at least that 3.5% delay that for 1, maybe 2 years, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I would like to postpone this to the next meeting and have a report that City Manager Argabright mentioned of the current projects in process, where our spending money is. I think that might help us get a better understanding of why we have a surplus, why we have the reserves. I'm right with you, Councilmember Ayala. I don't like seeing all that money just sitting there. It doesn't look good, but I also understand we haven't had the staffing to do some of the projects in the different areas. So I don't know about this, but in other areas we've talked about. So I think if we take a little deeper dive, it might make this plan a little bit more accessible or understandable. So I would prefer to see that.
I'm certainly willing to, if that's a motion, to second that.
I guess I'll motion. That'll be my motion. Thank you.
But I would, yeah. But to Councilmember Ayala's concern, I want to be sure it's really projects that are happening or that, we can show that it needs to be paid for this year out of $23 million, basically.
Sure, and we can provide an updated list of projects in process, in design, in construction, or that have already been obligated.
I have one more question. Does it have to be a 5-year increase?
Pardon?
Is there a rule that says it has to be a 5-year increase?
not that I'm aware of. It's the rule as we understand it, that's the maximum amount you can go out for
Okay.
rate increases.
Because as I think through it, it's bad when I start thinking, is that I do want to see some accountability. So if we do work out that plan, then I don't want, I think I would not be in favor of a 5-year rate increase. I think I would be in favor of a shorter one, which then allows us to come back in, let's say, 2 to 3 years to ensure that those projects actually were completed, and then authorize maybe more. But if they weren't completed, that means we still have that money. And like Councilmember Litster says, that's money, that's the people's money, and we should be spending it on what we said we were going to do it for. And I think 5 years out is too far to plan for your projects. I don't think we can see that far out.
Yes.
Councilmember Rhodes.
How much, just it could be city manager or staff, how much does a rate increase study cost if we do it every other year?
What, 120,000, Ron?
I think it was, what, for both or just one? Okay, about 120, 25,000.
Okay, so if we do this every other year, we're adding $250,000 of expense. So
He has a lot of that in the surplus.
okay, just another thing to point out about money, when it's sitting in there, it's gaining 4.12% interest, and If we spend it all down, it's not, so it adds an additional cost to the city. So having it sit there unspent is not a horrible thing fiscally, as long as it is going to be channeled into the project that it eventually needs to go to.
Okay, we do have a motion and a motion and a second on the dais. Call for the vote, please.
The motion passes with Councilmember Rhodes voting no.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9C, approval of the City Council priority focus areas. And City Manager Argabright and Deputy City Manager Heather Sumgaise are here to present this item.
Well, good evening, council members. As if you haven't heard from me enough already this evening, we are bringing back the City Council priority item for your formal adoption. On June 10th, 2025, the council members came together with the city's executive team for a dedicated retreat to engage in discussion and idea sharing. Through open dialogue and a collaborative process, council members evaluated a set of initiatives that reflect Simi Valley's values, needs, and a broader vision for the city. To provide structure and ensure alignment with the city's long-term vision, each focus area was organized under one or more of 6 overarching categories or strategic themes that reflect the core strengths and aspirations of the city. As shown on the PowerPoint slide, this includes fiscal stability, economic vitality, public safety, thriving community, excellent city government, and reliable infrastructure. These 6 category themes serve as the foundation for Simi Valley's strategic approach and represent the qualities that define and distinguish our community. This slide defines the 6 themes. So as you can see on the chart, there are the topics that we already covered, as well as a more in-depth description of each. These focus areas that were developed during the retreat are aligned with one or more of the themes, ensuring that near-term efforts remain consistent with the city's overall vision and direction. And this alignment provides a clear framework for guiding departmental work, resource allocation, and future decision-making. So now we have the 9 short-term priority focus areas that are emerged from those discussions, and these areas will help shape staff planning and resource allocation through December of 2025, and I'll walk through these. Fiscal stability, financial stability, evaluate opportunities to enhance efficiency and cost effectiveness in city service delivery, including through potential public, private, or non-governmental partnerships. Pursue cost recovery strategies for school-related services. Evaluate a transient occupancy tax increase to enhance city revenues. Economic vitality, pursue economic development opportunities to attract investment, support business growth, and revitalize key commercial areas, starting with the Simi Valley Town Center. This also supports thriving community. Promote film production and tourism to boost local economic activity and enhance regional visibility. Public safety, ensure competitive compensation and succession planning for the police department and city staff, which also supports excellent city government. Strengthen code enforcement and proactively address egregious violations, also supports thriving community. Excellent city government, explore the integration of artificial intelligence tools to improve service delivery and reduce operational costs. And reliable infrastructure, support the development of local independent water sources, including exploring groundwater desal. This is just another look at those 9 short-term priority focus areas adopted during the retreat to help guide staff efforts through December of 2025. City staff will evaluate each area to determine resource needs, financial impacts, and implementation timelines. In addition to that, each focus area will be assigned a team lead, and departments will come together to work through each of these areas and ensure that we are continuously making progress. The next steps, city staff will evaluate each area to determine those resource needs, financial impacts, and implementation timelines. Progress will be reported to the City Council twice a year with updates and adjustments as needed. One of the next items that you will start to see on your agendas, this is a little teaser for my department heads, Our city council staff reports will start to show a city council priority header so that you can see where we are and how each item that comes to you meets the city council priority identified items. Next update will be in late 2025 or early 26 when we do our budget council workshop. And staff recommends using a reprioritization process for significant new initiatives to support continued progress on the council's established priorities. Doing the business of the city, there are a number of items that will continue to come up, but as we're dedicating staff resources to ensure that the council's priorities are kept top of mind, I would encourage you to ensure that as you're directing staff for future agenda items that we're focusing on the priority areas, and if we need to reprioritize some of them, that we have that conversation. All right, so I would recommend that you approve the priority focus areas that were identified during the June 10th retreat and shown on this presentation. Or obviously you can modify or substitute alternative priorities and provide additional direction to staff as needed. And I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Ayala.
Question is, and I'll use an example. Can I use your example? Is that okay? So at our last meeting, Councilmember Litster had brought up a new business item that had to do with housing.
Correct.
And housing is not one of our priority items on here.
Correct.
So when a new business item is brought up at a council meeting and it's not under one of those headers, what happens to that item?
Thank you for that question. That would be an area where council would have to determine if that is an area that council wants staff to focus on, or if we need to reprioritize other focus areas. Because, for example, just taking your example, Councilmember Litster, from the last meeting, if we're looking at potentially rewriting a code, that can be quite time-consuming for staff. And so we want to ensure that we're prioritizing the council's desires to reflect the priority areas. If we need to add a priority area or replace a priority area, then I encourage that we have that conversation.
Yep, but tactically, practically, how is that done? Right, so she brings it up, someone had a second during the last meeting. When is the time, when does that discussion then happen to be able to then allow us to put it on the list?
I would encourage the council, as you are requesting items, to keep the priorities in mind. And the item, for example, Councilmember Lister's item from the previous meeting, staff is going to be working on, I believe it was going to be a memo to boxes. I don't believe it was going to come back as a staff report, but I'd have to look at my notes. But we want to ensure that we're meeting your needs and your desires, but also that staff resources can be allocated appropriately. So I would encourage you, as you're bringing up items, that they meet those council priority areas. And if you want to reconsider those priority areas, that we have that conversation. If we want to have that conversation now, I would encourage it.
Okay, I'd like to speak. I understand our priorities and putting them out there. I think that really helps all of us, to help staff to know where we're going. It also helps to keep us on somewhat of a common thread. But there are going to be circumstances when something comes up that we're going to need to prioritize it also. And I think that would just be the decision of the city council at that point in time. And it would just be, for example, whatever housing we talked about, okay, we all agree that needs to go up here for a little bit until it's accomplished, and then we hit right back on our priorities. So I just want to ensure that we can, well, it's up to us. I mean, to be honest. So it's up to us. Whenever we feel something's important, we can let city manager know this is a priority for the next 2 months. And then we adjust and we go from there. But at the same time, we have our guidelines to kind of help keep us focused in the areas that we thought were the most important.
What I would like to request of the city council is that, agreed, because obviously the priorities of the city do need to shift based on community need and based on what is the current issues. However, I would encourage the city council to ensure that we do have some level of consistency so we're not constantly shifting priorities. Because the goal of the priority setting is to ensure that staff kind of knows what direction we're heading. And if we have council priority areas and yet those are changing frequently, then the priority areas kind of lose some of their focus.
Yeah, I don't mean to change them all the time. Just if there's a project that becomes an important project, then we just need to address that. I look at these as priorities, but there are, I can't even speak. They are also our goals, where we want to go, where we want the staff to work on, where we want the city to grow. So those are my thoughts. I think we're all fine with that. Well, Councilmember Rhodes is on here first, so we'll get him.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to point out that having something asked to be put on the agenda, I don't anticipate that being something that is a massive time commitment for staff to get it on the agenda so that we can discuss it to see if it's going to be a priority and then give direction to staff. But having a, I don't even remember what the item was. I'm so sorry. I've been in Thailand for 2 weeks. I don't know. That's the moment when it hits our agenda that we can actually talk about it and see if it wants to reprioritize agenda. So I'm good with us up here asking for stuff to be included on the agenda so we can talk about it, but that's when it's up to us to say, yeah, it's a good idea, not now, or yeah, that's a great idea, let's prioritize it. Does that make sense?
Councilmember Litster.
I wanted to thank Councilmember Ayala for asking the question, because I think that's very valid to know how that is going to work, because every now and then a constituent will ask us about something that is really concerning and we need to address it. And so, and it may not fit in this, these 9 bullet points. Actually, the Councilmember Rhodes, it was the investigation of my visit of Piccola homes, the tiny, that desired to be considered as potential ADUs in Simi Valley and what that would look like, et cetera. That was the topic. And I wondered, actually, just because of it, because there are so many housing issues that we are faced with, that maybe we should have a 10th point added to support wise housing needs, something very open, because there's always going to be something, whether it be SB 9 issues, whether it be specific, design standards. What is that term? It's not specific design. Objective. Thank you. I need, the discussion of objective design standards, which we recently had about what that looks like for some of the development on Tapple Street, et cetera. I don't know. Maybe we want to add just that 10th bullet point to support wise housing needs for our city. That was just a thought.
I think we didn't include it because it's a constant. I mean, in my opinion, we didn't really bring it up as a priority because there's always stuff with housing going on. But it might not be a bad idea to just add housing as number 10. That way we've got the ability to add it on very easily, to bring up the SB 3, 4, or 6 when it goes through, all those types of things. So,
If I can make a recommendation to the
thank you.
council, I would recommend that we modify thriving community as a priority area, strategic theme, I should say, to include housing, if that's the desire of council.
That
Say
sounds
that
good.
again. I'm not understanding. What did you?
So there's the categories, the 6 overarching categories: fiscal stability, economic vitality, public safety, thriving community, excellent city government, and reliable infrastructure. And the priority focus areas were the 9.
Sure.
And so what I would recommend is in reviewing the 6 overarching categories, that we modify thriving community, which currently reads as promote a high quality of life through inclusive programs, vibrant public spaces, and opportunities for community connection and services, to also include housing. So that would then...
Which is fine, but does that mean then it's not also a priority focus area?
No, it's still a category of the council that is a priority. So the priority focus areas that you guys set were specific items.
Right. Well, and I guess the point is, I think anything we come up with will fit into one of these 6 categories, just because these themes are so overarching in my mind to include good governance. Period. You would have all these areas. I don't know, in my mind, it ought to be a priority focus, but that,
Heather, can we go back to the 9 focus areas? So these were specific
sure.
items, whereas housing is really more of an overarching theme as opposed to a specific action item, whereas these were specific action items that staff has been tasked with. So that's why I would recommend that it go into the 6 categories and that it be specifically called out. Because there's not a specific item related to housing that we're identifying for the priority focus areas. Does that
At
make
this
sense?
point.
At
And
this
there
point.
could be later if we have
I
it.
think what she's saying is it's possible that what you brought forth could make it to this list.
Correct.
Right now, we'll put it on the 6, and then if we have an issue or an item that becomes important, it now becomes a priority focus. Okay, sounds good. Anyone else have any questions, concerns? May I have a motion?
Sure, I'll make the motion. I move to approve priority focus areas as identified during City Council retreat held on Tuesday, June 10th, 2025.
With the modification, right?
With the modification.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 10A, City Council member reports.
Thank you. Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you. On Wednesday, July 23rd, I participated in the RDP bylaws subcommittee review. On Thursday, July 24th, accompanied the Girl Scouts to deliver their hygiene kits to the Samaritan Center. Saturday, July 26th, I went to the U.S. House Ways and Means Committee forum at the Reagan Library. And also later that evening, attended Richie Lou's retirement party after serving for 28 years with our police department. On Friday, August 1st, I met with the residents of Runkle Canyon and had a visit there, and also completed my performance evaluation of our city manager. And today, August 4th, I attended the Michael Clark Memorial in the morning and also participated in the breakfast afterwards.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Tuesday, July 22nd, after our last council meeting, I left the country. While I was away, I did participate on Wednesday, July 30th on the Zoom call for our city manager review. And this morning, I also attended the 30-year memorial ceremony at the police department. That concludes my report.
Councilmember Lister.
Thank you, Mayor. On Tuesday, July 22nd, I attended the Town Center Town Hall that was held up in the community room with the new owners. There were 200+ people in attendance. It was standing room only. What it illustrated is just how important community is, how passionate they are about that being a good project. And they all had great ideas of things that should be done there, many of which I think were activity-centric, very much about, you could see that there's a real strong desire that that become a hub by many people and that it be very wisely developed. And so I appreciate the ownership holding that meeting. I don't think it's any different than what they presented to us per se, maybe less visual. There weren't the bubble maps, et cetera, but they still had the conversation about housing, et cetera. But I'm hopeful that they were hearing the comments because many passionate people were there. Thursday, July 24th, met with our city manager. On Friday, July 25th, and on Friday, August 1st, I was part of Simi Valley Symphony Orchestra rehearsal. I only mentioned that because this is not the community orchestra, it's part of that orchestra, but what is fun that they're preparing to do some film work anyway in conjunction with the Simi Film Festival. So put on your calendar, September 3rd through the 7th is when the 3rd annual Simi Film Festival will be taking place, and it will now include that component of it as well as far as film music. On Saturday, July 26th, with some of my fellow council members attended the United States House Committee on Ways and Means, the first time, as I understand, that the special committee has convened in the Reagan Library, convened in this area. And so that was historic. Obviously, they were discussing a bill that was already passed. And so it was a little bit after the fact, but it was certainly very instructive and very interesting. And so I'm hopeful that there will be more opportunities for something of that nature to take place in the Reagan. It was very outstanding. I did choose to sit on the edge so I could sneak out and attend the Misfit Pilates grand opening ribbon cutting that took place at the Wood Ranch Shopping Center. It was a delightful gathering. I learned more about Pilates than I realized I didn't know. But anyway, you get some very dedicated people into helping people be their best selves. And so I wish them the best, grateful they're in our community. On Monday, July 28th, I participated in a Zoom call with some of the Enzo Verdi people, as well as one of the industrial places next to them where they're trying to get that easement. Unfortunately, they were not successful in the conversation. It became clear that there was some objections, actually, to having I think the main objection was simply they didn't want anything that had a potential residential component next door. That is still in process. We'll see where that all goes. But I appreciate the city being part of that conversation, and because I think it will be an outstanding development for our community. Also had a performance evaluation that week as well for our city manager on the 29th. This morning, I too, this morning, late morning, took a tour of Runkle Canyon. Appreciated to meet with homeowners and their beautiful community. It really is a lovely, beautiful community. Obviously, they have some concerns, and so we are going to continue that conversation as we had in terms of, as was extended at our last meeting. So we'll see where all that goes, but really want that to be a beautiful, finished community. And so I think that's everyone's objective. I'll conclude by saying I appreciated the opportunity to attend Michael Clark's commemoration of his passing. It's hard to believe it's been 30 years since Officer Clark was taken out in the line of duty, and it was brought to our attention that he was 29 and a half years old, leaving a lovely wife and son, and here it is 30 years later, so longer than he was alive, that we are remembering him, and he's missed out on a lifetime of opportunities. And so just an appreciation for our police department and what they do and the sacrifices they make for all of us, for our safety. And so I just would like to say thank you to his family and to our force. And it's a day of commemoration and a bit of sorrow. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, since our last council meeting on Thursday, July 24th, I spent most of the day up at Runkle Canyon and in my office here in City Hall with some residents of Runkle Canyon, looking at damages and looking at damaged streets and hearing the complaints from the citizens up there. On Saturday, July 26th, I too attended the House Ways and Means Committee meeting at the Reagan Library. For everybody out there, it was just politics on parade. One side told us how crappy the bill was, the other side told us how great it was. Really didn't talk about the bill, didn't tell me anything that was going to affect our city, so it was kind of a waste of time. After that, I did Sunday, July 27th, I left the state for a few days, had a great time in Nashville. Last night, I, with a mutual partner, both worked with Michael back when we were on LAPD. We honored him in our own way, and we both miss him. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. On Thursday, July 24th, I was invited to attend the Rotary Club of Simi Sunrise. I don't normally get up that early, where they presented me with a 4-foot gavel. Thank you, Michelle, for loaning that out because I broke my gavel at the prior meeting. So that was very thoughtful of them and to Mr. Klepper. After that meeting, I met with Ryan Valencia and Gina Troncali in regards to a possible sister city situation. It's a Rotary event, or starting with Rotary, with all the peace cities and City of Peace and such. And so it was just an opening discussion to see if it was something I was interested in. And the city manager and I had already mentioned it once or twice. So I said, yes, let's get some information on it and see how we want to do it. So the next steps are in their ballpark right now. And so then we'll go from there. But that would be kind of interesting to have a sister city. Probably one with coffee, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. But that was a really good meeting. I had the pleasure of attending the retirement for Richie Lou also, after his 28 years here. One of our former lieutenants, him and his wife hosted it. What a view they have up in Bridle Path. Absolutely gorgeous. But it was very, very nice of them to host it. And it was a wonderful turnout. I saw a lot of the old guys that I used to know. And they're all gray haired. Mine's not gray. I don't know what the difference is, other than I pay a big salon a big amount of money. But that was a wonderful event. It was good to see people there. I also did my Zoom call for our city manager's evaluation on July 30th. I was supposed to attend my Rotary Club's Hot August Nights on Saturday, August 2nd. I know Mayor Pro Tem Judge went, I think. I'm not sure. Mark, you were out of town? Well, you can't tell a 4.5-month-old what your plans are, because then they spoil it. So she was crying the whole time, and I didn't think it would be a good thing to bring her. Yeah, but it was I'm glad you guys all had a good time. I'm sorry I missed it. And the last thing is, I also this morning attended the 30-year commemoration of Officer Michael Clark. It was nice. I don't know his wife, Jennifer, very well. I've met her once or twice, but she was there with their son, Bailey, and their granddaughter. And so that was a very, very nice thing for them to be there. And it was a nice celebration. Thank you, Chief, and the department for what they did. It was a very nice commemoration. And then the last thing is, what's tomorrow night? National Night Out. Don't forget, it's National Night Out. It's up at the Simi Valley Town Center this year. Lots of room, lots of things going on. Look forward to seeing you all there. All right, are there any future agenda items somebody wishes to speak to? All right, seeing none, I would like to close our meeting tonight. We're going to adjourn in memory of Ralph D. Livingstone. He's our former police chief, David Livingstone's father. So with that, we're adjourned.